Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. Let me adjust the earth a little bit. There we go. I am David Sponheim, and this is America's Third Party, and we are at Third Party on Twitter if you ever want to catch our show. We post a tweet every day right around 5:15, and today's featured chat room is Twitch. But we also have a YouTube chat room, which is great. Some of you might be able to get us on an iPhone on YouTube if you're set up for that. In the meantime, we're tracking the polls, and the data is showing that Bernie Sanders leads in the final CNN New Hampshire tracking poll, which means nothing. The mainstream media is completely fake news at all levels, and they're trying to promote Bernie because they know Trump could easily beat him. Yeah. Haven't seen it pick up Creepy Joe. Okay, we got a picture of Joe Biden. As you know, Joe Biden is still my favorite to beat Donald Trump, simply because there's nobody more perverted out there in the Democratic Party who's been able to escape any charges, just like Donald Trump, who's had more than 2 or 3 alleged extramarital affairs and never even apologized to Melania for committing adultery. So here's a guy, Joe Biden, who said, yeah, he's got a problem touching women. And he said he doesn't realize how far, and he says he's going to stop that. And you got Donald Trump, who's never apologized. And clearly this woman doesn't want his hand on her tummy. So this is one of many different encounters Joe's had with various people. And I must tell you, there's something wrong with Joe in that respect, but he still represents the mainstream media pick for the most likely Democrat. But the mainstream media is still leaning toward Bernie because they know, and they're controlled by rich oligarchs, the mainstream media is. They know that Bernie could never beat Donald Trump. But Joe could. Joe has that perv appeal. And he's also got that appeal of being unable to actually speak correctly, which Donald has. He's nailed that down.
What do I do? I can't.
Okay, that was good enough for at least maybe a joke there. The creepy Biden audio, him talking about the girl on stage. You want me to play that too? Where he said to a 13-year-old girl how horny she made him feel? I know. I mean, that's pervy. But the only way to beat a perv is with a perv, right? So the Democrats are going to have to pick Joe Biden to beat Donald Trump. There's no other way around it. Now, I don't know if Bernie is pervy enough, although Bernie is known for his pervy statement about rape. Oh, yeah. So Bernie comes in a close second on the perv level. According to Snopes, Bernie did write this. He had a rape fantasy, and apparently it did talk about weird stuff. Many people are trying to figure out why Bernie was so weird back in the day in Vermont, but he did say these things, and it's a fact. But he said it in a way that he was trying to describe a social phenomenon. Well, I think he's describing his own personal phenomenon. He said a man and a woman get dressed up on Sunday and go to church or maybe to their revolutionary political meeting. A woman enjoys intercourse with her man as she fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously. This is the guy that's leading the Democratic race, folks. Yeah. Yeah, the guy who said that he had a rape fantasy in which, anyway, why talk about it, right? This is how screwed up the Democratic Party is. And this is why I've been running for the past 11 years to try to generate a centrist position. I've got some left-leaning ideas, admittedly, in our book, Hybrid Capitalism. We talk about reviving the economy, getting the government to compete in the free market, as opposed to a socialist mentality, which has the government taking over the free market. Big difference. So Yeah, we've had a book out for some time called Hybrid Capitalism. If you want to read about it, you can definitely check it out. It's on our website in the store, and it features a way in which the government can get a return on investment and not have to rely solely on your tax dollars. And this will appeal to both conservatives and liberals, I think. Now, somebody has identified some sort of a face in their Photoshop program that looks like me. No, that's not me. I'm not an alien, although you'd like to think I was. There's a photograph that just came in of an alien-like being that looks just like me. No, that's not me. It's confirmed. All right. Oh, bizarre pony soldier comment. The Daily Show creates an old-timey Joe Biden insult bot. Okay. Yeah, Joe's the only one who can beat Donald Trump in perversion, in poor speaking ability, and in outright lying ability. So as far as beating a presidential candidate on their lying ability, their perversions, Joe Biden has Donald Trump down pat. So I definitely throw my... well, I don't support Joe Biden, but I throw my belief that he will definitely win against Donald Trump. I'm putting it out there. I would win against Donald Trump simply because I'm the most honest person on earth with total integrity. That alone gives me some pointers. But because I'm not a pervert, it takes a really honest person, not some scumbag like Buttigieg who claims to be Christian, yet he's openly gay. Or work for the CIA, which Buttigieg does. The reason why Pete won the Iowa caucus is because Pete likes caucus. He really does. He's big on caucus. The media is mad about him firing Vindman and others because it's not something they want presidents to do. Nobody liked Obama firing 197 Republicans. Tiddly-dee. Nobody liked that. Okay, is there a problem in the video? Tell me if video is down. Yeah, always inform me if you're having problems, because we have major problems all the time. No, America truly does want honesty. They do. And it's because we've had so many creeps elevated to the top of the pile that instead of the cream rising to the top, I'm being held down. We got the scum rising to the top. Believe me, scum and cream both linger at the top of the hoop, of the barrel. I did not lie about using the swim spa for the past 6 months. I have a swimming pool in my area. Yes. And during the summer, it's possible I could have said I was swimming during the summertime. Yeah. I basically shut my swim spa down about 6 months ago. Kool-Aid Anthrax says it took 5 minutes to load your video. Yeah. No Twitch? Really? No, I'm up on Twitch. Yeah, you can get in there on Twitch. I don't know what the problem is, McDundee. Yeah, I'm over there. Check it out. I shouldn't have a problem. I'm getting a Twitch signal over here. I'm not sure what's happening on your end. But yeah, I said one day I said I was swimming, I believe. And it was because I went to a hotel that day. Yeah. I swam during the summer at hotels. We had a lot of great stays. We went all the way back to Washington, D.C. So I don't lie about anything. Anyway, because I'm an honest person, I'm the most dangerous person in a corrupt society. What is this? Listen up, Jack. We made a Joe Biden insult bot. Okay, to get personally insulted by Joe, you dog-trained milkweed. I'm not seeing the insult bot. I don't see it on the page. I don't know where it is. All I know is this poor woman did not like having her body touched by Joe. That's a classic photograph. Come on in here. Slide in here. I'm being censored right now over at Twitch, really? You have 5 people in the chat. No, I've got 9 people now. We'll definitely get our Twitch numbers up, and we'll have like 30 or 40 people in there pretty soon. When we get 9 people, we do get elevated in the just chatting section. Thank you guys for coming in there. You're helping me out. I would never be dangerous to this country. I've been thinking about this country's future all my life. Warren is being erased. I wouldn't doubt it. She's definitely not the person they want. They want Bernie so he'll lose to Donald. Or they want Pete Buttigieg, because even if by chance they win, they've got him under control, a CIA shill. Bernie, they don't have under control, because Bernie's kind of like Donald. He'll say whatever comes in his mind. He can't be controlled. I think before I speak, but I also deliver the truth as much as possible every time I speak. If I had secrets like Area 52, which I can't talk about, I would definitely open up a pledge like the pledge to reveal any information we do have that would not endanger the human race. Yeah, I've definitely considered that for many years now. If we do encounter aliens, I'll tell you if we have aliens, truly, assuming it doesn't endanger the human race by me telling you that. Yeah. There have been people who have spoken up about aliens on camera that have made statements to that effect. We can't really tell if they're telling the truth or not. When they speak about aliens, they oftentimes sound legitimate, especially people who are Russian. Yeah, Russian leaders talking about aliens. Yeah, I think we have Medvedev here talking about aliens. Watch this.
Знаете абсолютно все. Ну вот, например, прилетали на Землю инопланетяне. Те самые зеленые человечки.
Значит, рассказываю вам первый и последний раз. Вместе с передачей «Чемодан».
I tell you the first and last time, together with Nuclear Suitcase, President bring folder, top secret, and it is entirely devoted to the strangers who visited our planet.
С ядерными кодами. Президенту страны приносят специальную папку. На ней написано «Совершенно секретно». И она целиком и полностью посвящена пришельцам.
Now she's noticeably laughing. Okay, that makes you think this is a joke, right?
Которые посетили нашу планету. Одновременно предоставляется доклад. Это абсолютно закрыт.
The report is provided by the Social Special Service, which handles the control of aliens in our country. Now, he's dead serious.
Спецслужба, которая занимается контролем пришельцев на территории нашей страны.
Yeah, after management team, 2 folders and a nuclear small suitcase are transferred to the new president.
Значит, 2 эти папки передаются вместе с ядерным чемоданом. После прекращения полномочий, соответственно, эти папки передаются новому президенту. Более подробно
You can receive more detailed information having watched the Chronicle documentary film of the same name.
Информацию на эту тему вы можете получить, посмотрев известный хроникально-документальный фильм «Люди в черном». Вышло...
Men in Black. Okay. So he's trying to say that Men in Black is very much real in Russia. Hey, I hope you all are getting used to your new Russian broadcast. When Donald Trump colluded with the Russian oligarchs and got help from Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, who both work for the Russians, we know now that there's more than enough evidence that you'll be Russian. All of you will be. Yeah. What you won't have to be American anymore. You can just become Russian supporters of Donald Trump. Yeah, Bernie's a Russian too. He loves Russia. So does Trump. So if they get Bernie and Trump, at least they'll have a Russian oligarch-supported person. No. You asked me a big question. How does your container wall hold up to a blowtorch? Fantastic. Yeah, blowtorch will ignite the propane cylinders inside the container, which they'll be on a timer, so your entire body will be emoliated if you breach the wall. Yeah. Once we have a heat signature inside the unit, it'll trigger a propane blast, which will be a delayed timer, of course. So when you get into like one of these units with a blowtorch, once you get inside and motion detectors pick you up, it'll activate kind of a mini propane explosion, which will basically turn you into like shredded meat. Yeah. But let's not talk about the negative sides of breaching the container fence that I'm going to build. Now, unlike Trump, who can't build anything in 3 years, even the 100-mile slat fence, we just got a statement from a person who came from, I believe, Mexico, who said anybody can get in that thing. They hand drugs through the slats. They literally hand the bags through because the heroin can fit into a bag this big, right? Heroin bags are pretty much this big. You've seen them on TV, right? Okay. Well, you go sideways and you put them right through the slat fence. That's how they're getting heroin across. And cocaine. Okay? Okay. Say hello to my little friend. We had a long talk about the container fence. It will provide residence for people waiting to become U.S. citizens down here. We will no longer have the terrible 1 million people at the border in the FEMA camps that we have right now in concentration camps. Well, I've never seen a real heroin bag, but I've seen TV shows that have it, I'm like you that way. No, Tiddly D, Biden is not a joke. He's the only guy who can beat Trump. Yeah, people still have confidence in him as a former vice president. Yeah, that's the one thing he has over bumbling Bernie. Bernie the Moocher. And I like the simple fact that I like Joe, and I always liked him. I don't think he's the best guy for the presidency, don't get me wrong. I think I am. But among Democrats, he's the only guy that would even stand a chance against Trump. Yeah, he's just, like I said, I have to repeat myself, he's just as much of a perv. He's just as much of a BSer, and he's just as much of a liar as Donald Trump. So that's why the American people probably will react very well to him. Yeah. Hiawatha is just as much of a liar, but I've never seen Elizabeth Warren grab anybody by the midriff like that picture I just showed you. Elizabeth Warren isn't pervy enough. She's definitely a liar, though. I'll give you that. Lying about her Cherokee ancestry. Hiawatha, exactly. Well, I hope you feel better, Max, Buttigieg in 60 Minutes backed into a corner. Okay. Touched by Joe. That's pretty funny. Do you have a 60 Minutes of her backed into a corner? Sounds kind of kinky. Well, let's be clear. Buttigieg was backed into a corner. Did he bring up the rear? Yeah. He's pathetic. Buttigieg is offering pay for play to people with thousands of dollars. He did that at that wine gathering recently. I am. I'm only streaming at 720 on Twitch. Sorry, Kool-Aid, but at least you get a signal. Yeah, we're being heavily DDoSed. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you trying to get in here. The more people that come into Twitch, the more likely we'll grow up our Twitch site, and it'll be a better site. So if you want to know where it is, here it is. Okay, here you go. There you go. If that's our Twitch alternative. Yeah. He doesn't have one delegate. No, but in the end, Biden will win the race. Bernie can't win it. As John Carville has said today, he warns Democrats against distracting voters with, that was last couple days ago. James Carville is a very strong advocate for the Democrats, and he said that he won't join a cult, the cult of Bernie. And ironically, he puts his hope behind somebody who nobody even knows. So I actually sent him a tweet today, hopefully it went through, about America's third party. David said a blowtorch will set off a blast. No, that's not how it works too much. The blowtorch sets off a heat signature, which then indicates to the internal propane incineration system to wait until there's motion. Once there's motion in the room, it delays another 5 or 6 minutes to get as many people in the room as possible, and then it emoliates everyone and burns them to a crisp. Nobody will be able to get into the container with this system in place. And ironically, the propane won't take down the container. It still remains perfectly intact. I'm not looking forward to hurting people. I'm just saying, if you want to breach the container with a blowtorch, bye-bye, invader. I'm not kind to people who try to breach our security. No, Trump has not got 35% of the black vote, tiddly-dee. I disagree, but you can believe whatever you want. Trump is bribing black people who happen to be like, well, hate the expression, Uncle Toms. Yeah, this came in from Vegan's Six God. Just washed my cow. Tell her she's cute. Nice. Something tells me this is kind of a weird person. Anyway, hybrid capitalism is the way out for our country, and we've got a book about it on our website at the store. 99-cent Kindle download, or you can buy a copy paperback for $14.99. Thank you for sharing. But James Carville is warning the Democrats against distracting voters, and many people are concerned that Bernie is a cult, and he doesn't represent the Democrats, and he doesn't represent the toe the line for Democrats. We found out last week that Buttigieg, his father, is the founder of the Communist Society, which puts Buttigieg in the communist realm. Bernie's in the communist realm. I don't like the Democratic Party. That's why I left it in 2007 to start America's Third Party. This is a pretty funny tweet. Imager. Some guy decided to post this image. That is hilarious. So much for eating cars. That reminds me of a Blondie song. Doesn't she talk about eating cars, Blondie? That's hilarious. Thank you. The washing of the cowbell cow. All right. Bernie is not the answer. He's a far leftist, and he preaches a gospel that he has never, ever used in Vermont. He's never absolutely stopped anybody in Wall Street. Unlike Bernie, I will fire everybody at the SEC as a rule. Obama didn't fire anybody for 4 years of his first campaign, and then finally started firing a few people because he was forced to, because they said, what are you, a New World Order puppet? Yeah, he was, and he is. But I will fire everybody in the SEC to start with. We'll put people who are normally watchdog people in that position, who will be able to stop Wall Street. Bernie doesn't have ideas like that. He's an old man who just had a heart attack. Give it up. He'll never beat Trump. I could beat Trump in a flash. Give me 1 second of media time. I've had no media time whatsoever. Yeah.
Right after a couple of good paragraphs, and it's talking about northern New Jersey, draws the prober's eye, written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said. This was 14 years ago. They didn't do a retraction.
No, nor did Donald. He didn't win a lot of people over with that mocking impression of a disabled person. Yeah, many people are pissed off about it. Hey, you can still believe that Donald Trump has the election in the bag, but the reason why I have not been given any time in the media is because I could easily beat Donald Trump. Easily. And I could defeat him in a head-to-head debate. You see, I'm a verbal combat expert. And I learned from the Brooklyn School of Combat, verbal combat. You can't compete with this. I can do what Donald Trump does I can do to him what he does to other people all the time. He uses a style of communication which is extremely difficult to respond to for most people. I am a verbal combat expert, yeah. I was trained in the Brooklyn School of Speaking because my mother grew up in Brooklyn. Yeah, and my grandmother grew up in Hell's Kitchen, which is even worse. Yeah, my grandmother grew up in the worst place in the world where Fred Trump owned all these slums, where the Trump family profited from people like my grandmother. Oh, yeah. She's a hardworking woman, worked as a nurse, one of the first nurses in the country. And I don't talk about this a lot, but she grew up in Hell's Kitchen. My grandmother did. And my mother grew up in Brooklyn. So, I mean, I have a I've been drilled into the speaking style of the people in New York. Trust me. I can go head to head with this New Yorker. No problem. All right? Yeah, get a cup of coffee. Anybody could beat Trump in a debate, but not anyone can beat him in his style of debating. Remember, Donald Trump appeals to the lowest common denominator. He'll call people names. He'll flat out call you a name in the middle of the debate. He'll call you a scumbag. And you're going, wait a second, that's not the way to win a debate. No, that's how he defeated everybody in the Republican debates. He basically called everybody out. He said a woman was running. He said, you look like, you look ugly. No one's going to vote for you. He called out Marco Rubio. You were a member of a homosexual fraternity. He called out Ted Cruz. Your father was a JFK at the JFK assassination. What did he cause it? All these things he uses. He plays lowball, and he doesn't stop too. He'll keep coming. So I got his number, and I could easily beat him in a debate, no problem. I'll just talk about all the crap that's on Donald Trump's back record. He's been completely untruthful about his adulterous behavior. I do. I call people names all the time. That's why I'm saying I could easily beat Donald Trump in the name-calling department. I'd call him a Trump-tard, flat out, because he doesn't know what he's talking about 99% of the time. I don't mind using the word tard. Wait a second, are you claiming that I can't use the word tard? Come on. It's perfectly a legitimate word. It represents a psychological state or a physical state of mind, being retarded, neurologically impaired. Yeah, most of you who are Republicans are probably drinking the fluoride. Well, you drink beer all the time, I know that. Most Republicans are beer drinkers. You like beer because it makes you feel kind of numb. But really, you're drinking tap water with fluoride in it when you drink the beer. There isn't one beer in the market that is filtered water that openly advertises filtered water. How do I know that? I've checked. I've been to almost every store in my area looking for imported beers, not because I drink, but because it's a hobby of mine to find a beer that says filtered water on it. And the only beer, or the only alcoholic beverage on the walls which openly admits to having filtered water is Crispin cider. Yeah, this is the only one. It's made out of San Francisco. They filter the water going into the cider. It's a cider company. This is the only one that sells filtered water. I don't want to enter my birth date. Crispin cider, that's the only one on the market. Everything else is completely, yeah, this is the only thing on the market that has filtered water in it, that publicizes filtered water. That's how little beer microbreweries care about you. They're not going to filter the water. They figure, well, hell, just keep them all inebriated. They're stupid. They'll vote for anybody, even Trump. Keep them all dumbed down. And that's exactly why I call you Trump-tards and retardicans. Because you really are dumbed down. You have no clue as to what Donald Trump even says. You just hear him say, oh, it's all fake news. It's all a Russian hoax. No, the Trump debates will be minimal at best. When the two leading, I'm pretty sure it'll be between Buttigieg and Trump, or Biden and Trump, or Sanders and Trump. I'm pretty sure Amy Klobuchar and Elizabeth Warren will lose their appeal. So whoever takes on Trump, and the Republicans aren't going to come up with Mitt Romney because they pretty much alienated him from his party. But I can tell you Mitt Romney is the best choice for 2020 for the Republicans. I even like the guy now. After he said he didn't want to support the acquittal. And Rubio's made endorsements for Trump. Oh, yeah. But Rubio just caved in to all the leaders.
Oh, yeah, that's the woman that they hired.
Yeah, I was going to show this to Sarah. This is the really good, crisp picture of the woman they hired. Scissorfight found this. Thank you, Scissorfight.
Yeah.
And I'm showing you this picture, and then we had a picture of The Twitter video, the picture that was released that Trump says has been photoshopped. I'll play it for you. I'm going to put their faces together for you. I did this in the pre-show. And you'll see that this is a very close match, and that's why Sarah even said, hey, this picture with Trump with a weird tan line looks just like a woman. Sarah was the one that triggered my mind and said, yeah, you're right. And then I realized, oh my gosh, it is her. And they did get her, and she's working for the president. Tell me that isn't a match.
Well, it's so much of a match that it looks like they took the actual picture and photoshopped it.
No, but it's the same woman, and she is
Oh,
walking. You can see it is her. Okay? We're not making this up, folks. She has some makeup on. She's wearing a little lipstick, but she's a babushka. That's what they call women in Eastern Europe who are pretty tough gals, and I have no disrespect for the woman. And she does look a lot
Look at
like
that
Trump.
shovel she's carrying.
Yeah, she'd probably kick any one of our asses. She's so strong. But the fact of the matter is, it really is her. And I was the one that broke the story to the world on my Twitter account. Nobody seems to bother retweeting my account because I think I'm Trump Bushka. Yeah,
Well, did
exactly.
you check your notifications. You have 15 notifications over there.
Oh, that's just the same stuff. We never get messages over there. I've done it before. Okay, Insane Canadian said it took him an hour and 14 minutes to log in at Twitch. Look at this. Now, Insane Canadian's been kicked off of the Vaughn show because Mark said that she wasn't allowed to post a picture saying she supports us. So now she's been kicked off of Vaughn, so now she's over here at... Thank you for hanging out. The more people we have hanging out at Twitch, the more likely more people will see us. So believe me, your viewership at Twitch is important. The more we get people looking at us at Just Chatting, the more likely I'll be seen by others. Yeah, so believe me, I appreciate that. And I'm sorry you've been censored so much, Insane Canadian. She battled the coronavirus and survived. Yeah, that's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, she just got through. She had about a 99 temperature, but it went, goes right to pneumonia, according to her. No, that's not true.
Just sleep.
That's just your belief that they're feeding me fiction. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Some of you are drinking Coronas and limes to prevent the coronavirus from attacking you. There's no connection. Now, Pooh has been watching us from Mexico, and he's worried about, people being, shunned at the border by Trump. It said it took me 3 days to get into this show. Meantime, I watch it on UHF. There you go. And Pooh came in and told me that he doesn't want us to be harsh on illegals. And I told him that we want to provide housing in some of our hotels. The container houses will have hotels on board. Many of them will be free. Many of them will offer free food, too. We'll have free venues for food, and we'll also have opportunities for Taco Bell and Burger King to sell their wares in here. And people who are illegal doesn't mean that you're not human. You have money. I mean, we want to give you a decent time at the border as you wait for asylum to determine if you're actually ready to become an American citizen or at least a green card holder. We don't talk about her, Tiddly D. She cost me a strike on YouTube. And it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. She cost me a strike on YouTube. I don't even want to talk about that person. Yeah, really. And it was all because she sent me an endorsement video.
You remember the video. Tiddly D remembers the video.
Yep, I'd play it for you right now, but she'd put a strike on my YouTube account now.
Exactly. You remember that video where she obviously, she used the words, I endorse David, and then she said, oh, he can't play that video because, I don't know.
She claimed I didn't have proper approval to play the video where she endorses me. I mean, how absurd is that? Openly endorsing me, and then she says I don't have the right to play the video.
Yeah.
And she routed it through the channels, and I even gave her a closer and sent that back, and we copied it. It was unbelievable. YouTube will not give anybody a chance to speak out about their reasons why they don't want to be censored. There is no ombudsman working at YouTube. I have it right there. I didn't trim it up. And click on it. Okay, thank you. Sarah's going to take over while I make a little dinner at YouTube. I have it right there. I didn't.
That's what I do.
Do you want anything like tea or anything?
Sure, I'll take some
Okay.
tea. Yeah. Okay, no judgments.
Bob, you're just completely worthless here. I've been censored for so long. We're going to have banned Bob BH. I've been censored so long, and you have the audacity to say that. And I'm the only person who dedicated my life, so the past 11 years, to stopping the censorship. And you claim I'm doing this for fun or money. I have not made a penny doing this. Here I want to help the country, and I'm being treated like some sort of a scam artist, and I'm not. It's unbelievable. Having not made a penny in 11 years and people making millions censoring me, and then they accuse me of scamming people. I mean, it's beyond belief.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Maybe you can contact both people, Ivan. I'm not sure who to do that. Scissor fight. It took you 1.5 seconds to log in. Interesting, isn't it? What is our YouTube channel? Well, I'll give you a direct link to our live show, but it's youtube.com/America's Third Party. Yeah, of course we do the show for free. Isn't it lovely? It's so much fun. Well, I get to see friends like Tiddly D. I feel like you're like a longtime friend, right? We go way back. I think we're about the same age. Or are you younger than me? I don't know. I just turned 42. 4 days ago? Whoa. 4 days ago. Yeah. An old sweater. I love old sweaters. They're one of my favorite things. You'll be 41 this year. You are younger than me then. Yeah. Just a little bit younger, but definitely younger. Maxed Out Credit thinks we're both youngins. Thank you, Daryl. Daryl thinks I still look 28. I actually put on some makeup today, so maybe that's it. I should start wearing a little bit of makeup. Just, powder. That's helpful. Ah, thanks. You think we're spring chickens? Even though we feel like older. All right. Oh, yes, you remember those days, exactly. I wonder, David says it's not working, but what if I go like this? What happens? Huh, that's interesting. You got a big bag of penny candies for 10 cents. Wow. Those must have been the days. Oh, and now we are actually on Periscope. Oh, wait. I wonder if I go back to producer. I don't know if it's showing a chat there, though. I'll just leave it. Oops. Okay. My day was really good. Ah, those are good. Tiddly dee. I like anything with dark chocolate and nuts. Those are my favorite kind of candies. But you're right. I'm trying to cut back on some of my chocolate bread, bacon, onion bread. I like your name. All right, so welcome to America's Third Party, and you ask, what do we stand for? We are centrist. We are fiscally conservative and socially liberal. You can find out more about us, of course, at americasthirdparty.com. And anyway, some of the things, though, like I said, we various issues, but basically it boils down to fiscally conservative, socially liberal. What does that mean? We don't think that we should be spending a ton of money. The government should be spending a ton of money. However, at the same time, we do think that the government should care for the American people. We do have a $500 baseline plus program where every U.S. adult citizen, not immigrants, but U.S. adult citizen would get $500 a month. And then they could work beyond that baseline if they wish to. We are in favor of the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, because really it boils down to being able to protect ourselves from the government. Pretty epic, yes. David's actually been broadcasting since 2008. He's been running for office. It's taken a while to get on places like Twitch and other venues to have our message, but we have been broadcasting on places like Vaughn Live and iVlog. I'm glad you found us. Maybe this is a turning point. Maybe this is the epic moment in our campaign. Insane Canadian tried raw egg for shampoo and it worked smashingly. Sometimes I feel like trying it. I never actually have. Wig Test Anthony thinks money for a wall. Oh, by the way, bacon onion bread. Bread, bacon onion bread. I love that name. That's an epic name. If I'm not responding to you, even though you have an epic name, I am also broadcasting on Vaughn Live, YouTube. Not that anyone's watching me on YouTube yet. iVlog and also Periscope, but I actually can't see the chat over at Periscope for some reason. Maybe I didn't turn on chat, but I am broadcasting there. So anyway, our Twitter name is Third Party, and then we have a variety of names. So like Twitch, we ended up with Cool Rock Party. We have a website called coolrock.com where we also, you can see the different chats, some of them. Like a gummy worm, Tiddly D? Ah! Okay, Joe. That's a little bit creepy. Alright, the only person watching me at YouTube sounds a little bit creepy. You just like me that much, Joe? A little bit weird. Alright, test, pirate. I can see you. Ah. It seems like it's getting worse. I think that's one of the reasons that we kind of went to, we decided to start our own third party because of the Bacon Onion Bread asks, what do you think of the polarization that's happening today in politics? And I so appreciate your refreshing questions because we've been broadcasting so long to the same channels that oftentimes I just end up talking to people and building friendships, which of course I do have friendships on here, but I appreciate that you're bringing me back to politics. And he asks, I think it's a he, what do you think of the polarization that's happening today in politics? I really think that it is driving Americans and people away from each other. And really, most people would meet in the center of the political spectrum and have similar viewpoints. And one of my epic heroes is Mr. Rogers. And one of the things he says in his book that I got for Christmas from one of our viewers was that when you listen to each individual story, you can't help but love them. Everybody has a story to tell, and there's a reason that people believe the way that they do. And I think that we need to listen more to each other rather than, just polarizing and dividing and moving away from each other. We need to look for the things that we have in common. And even if we can't agree on certain things, like there are people in here who actually I feel like they're my friends and that I think they would agree that we're friends, but there's definitely things that we disagree on. In your dreams, Joe, in your dreams. Thanks, Stealth Mode. And what would we do to help repair the division? One, I would say that we should listen. Bagalitis says, Sarah, in the end, good always wins over evil. I agree with that. And too much, you refuse to listen to Trump followers, but I think that can be a problem if you refuse to listen to Trump followers. I mean, they have their own viewpoints. They have their reasons for believing what they believe, I think. But sometimes I think that that's the issue too, is like Trump followers or Biden followers or whoever. Anyway, people tend to not listen to each other anymore, so I think that we definitely need to listen. I also think that we need to look for commonalities, and I often say when we have two sides that are polarized, what do? You bring in a third party to mediate, and that's why we're America's third party. We can mediate to help heal the polarization and division in our country. Tiddly D says conservatives aren't a bunch of dumb rednecks. I agree with that as well. Stealth Mode says, hey, how about positive statements to each other? No more negativity. And I think, when we devolve, too much, when we devolve to name calling, it's very difficult to bridge the divide. Calling people unknowledgeable buffoons is not going to solve any problems. I think that, I don't think that, even if you feel like people are ignorant, ignorance can be solved with education and communication. Maxed Out Credit says everyone is stuck in their own world, and oftentimes our own worlds we're stuck in our devices. And it's just like I've been listening to one audiobook recently called Bored and Brilliant, and it's like a challenge to try to leave your devices away and actually live your life instead of feeling like you have to take a picture of everything beautiful around you. Appreciate the moment. How can we fight the debt? Smack talk. That's a good question. My question back to you, should we even fight the debt? I have a couple of videos I saw that really like impacted me with this belief, and that is, of course, why can't I think of it right now? It's about debt, and it's about it left my mind, but it's about how our entire economic system is based on debt. Like they just print money out of thin air. And really our system could be based on our resources. I have to say there are some things that I've read with Yang and Andrew Yang about how like maybe the way that we measure our life and our world, the measurements need to change. But I would say on a microeconomic system, yes, individually, we need to get out of debt. On a macro system, when you're talking about the entire country, I don't necessarily think that that's the way to measure the world. And it was Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist really influenced me in this, and Zeitgeist Addendum, and they have 3 different ones. Yes, and I say yes on a personal level. I don't have any debt, and I wouldn't go into debt because I do believe debt is bad. However, on a macroeconomic level, there's no way to have an economy in this day and age without debt. Wig Test Anthony said, Sarah, we should just print the money out and pay off the debt. Don't let anyone know. The only problem with that is the problem with having unlimited debt, though, is that we have inflation. And so with unlimited debt, you can have unlimited inflation. However, if you control it to a certain degree, that inflation is actually called growth. And that's why things that maxed out credit said, however many years ago, he could buy a whole bag full of penny candies for 10 cents. And today we can't. Smack Talk asked, do you think China is an enemy? No, I don't think China is an enemy. David can speak more to his beliefs. David Sponheim, he's the person running for president in 2020. I'm just Sarah. But I personally think that, and David might have different political viewpoints than me, which I like about third party because people can have different viewpoints. But as far as China goes, I do think that this coronavirus that people are talking about, that's very scary, and that kind of needs to be controlled. But I think that China can be an ally, and the fact that for many, many years, China took our plastic waste and was attempting to recycle it. And then they're like, wait, you're just giving me us garbage mixed in with this plastic waste. Like people would put in dirty diapers. Like that's not recyclable, people. And so then they stopped our recycling. It's really, we have to take a look at our environmental problems and our environmental issues. China is definitely not an enemy when it comes to trade, because we wouldn't have all of these electronic gadgets that we have if it weren't for China, or all of this affordable stuff. However, when I say that with the stuff, I would say that there comes a point in our life and in our society where we have enough stuff. And I think it's important to only keep the stuff that really makes you feel good, and only buy stuff that makes you super happy and that you're going to enjoy for many years. I think that this, for so many years, we've based our society, our growth and our measure of how well we were doing on how much stuff we created, how much stuff we consumed, how much stuff went to landfill. And I do really like Annie Leonard's quote that says, "There is no such thing as away. When you throw something away, it has to go somewhere." And Cool Lady Anthrax thinks we could just make plastic islands. Bread, Bacon, Onion Bread thinks China infiltrates our research and steals things. I understand your perspective is like, I think there's a perspective of like mine. And what about the perspective of the benefits of the planet, the benefit of people? So should public gatherings in the United States be banned? No. I don't think they should be banned at all. I think, we have the right to freedom of assembly, and people should be able to do that. You have the right to not assemble as well. Stealth Mode says, Sarah, they've been buying our raw steel for years. Bread, Bacon, Onion Bread says he works in a lab and they've stolen adjacent labs' research. And then the problem is that when they steal it, then the value of that research is diminished significantly. They send in their worker from China, took all their information, and sent the worker back from China to produce whatever it was you were producing or the adjacent lab was producing in order to make money. See, I'm listening to you. You do have a point. You're making me think and wonder. I wonder a couple of things with that. Like, I think about open source, and I think about how some people create things for the benefit of humanity without needing to patent it. But then I think about the people that work hard to patent things and how they should. Thank you, Tiddly D. I so appreciate you. So, yeah. I mean, stealing intellectual property rights is stealing. And if people want to share their work, they should be able to share their work with, but if they don't want to, they should be able to share it. And I do think that, I really like the moves that are happening with the changes that are happening with the open source community, and how it's, like, I like the idea of certain creative, up to the individual creator, right? And you want to, and as an investor, I'm like, certain things I've invested in and I've lost money on. And there's certain products or certain companies that I've invested in and I've lost money on. But I feel like it wasn't a waste, because it was the reason that I invested in that company is I felt that they were doing good work. I'm not a big investor, a little investor, Bengalitis. Sarah's investor, he had the mind blown emoji. And investors, is it about the investment, or is it about the actual good that will come out of the product? Yeah, Tiddly D, I just hope you don't get too tired tomorrow, but I do appreciate you being here. think they should have their freedom of speech taken from them. I didn't read the whole opinion piece, but I read this opinion piece that said when it comes to freedom of speech, the one type of speech that we should defend the most is speech that we don't like. It's speech that we find offensive. People should be able to say things that I dislike. I know sometimes I ban and purge because I just get tired of people talking about like private parts or something like that. But when it comes to that, I do tend to agree with that opinion. You know, it's like people should be able to say things that I disagree with, and I should be able to retort and rebut their arguments. And I know we hate hearing things that we don't like. And so maybe we should say, hey, you know what? I hate hearing that. Actually, it was funny. The other day I read this book and I said, you know what? I hate this book. There was a book I had to read and it was like, I did not like the message of the book. Because the message was all like, oh, kids are born with certain gifts. Not like you need to work hard and everything that you do requires, if you want to do something, you need to put effort into it. And it requires hard work. Well, I think you could adopt babies from China if you wanted to. Kool-Aid Anthrax. I knew this girl that was adopted from China and she said, it was so cute. She was adorable. She said, I don't know why we ended up talking about China, but she's like, oh, yeah, that toy's made in China just like me. You're right, slow modes. And I tend to think, as far as me censoring or banning, purging, muting people, right, I'm on a private site. I have the right to censor things that offend me. It also goes with the idea of freedom of assembly, that I have the right to assemble with people that I like. Bread, Bacon, Onion Bread says that the issue is that a lot of Antifa isn't reasonable and they become violent at the drop of a dime. How do you make violent people reasonable? That's a good point. If people just like blow up on you, like you can't have a conversation with them when they're letting their emotions rule their decisions. I have this thing I learned from people.
Yeah.
This is your brain. This is your brain, like ready to learn. It's all good. Ready to learn. And then this is your emotional brain. This is your, like they say, the amygdala. Mm-hmm. And when you let your emotions take over, your logical brain, this is like connected, ready to learn. This is like sad or depressed, ready to learn. But when you let your emotions take over, you flip your lid and then you can't hear anything. Whatever. I mean, it could be whether you're super excited, like somebody gave you a surprise party and you're like, that's so cool. Or it could be like you're really, really angry and those later somebody tells you, whoa, do you remember doing such and such? And you don't remember it because you were in such a heightened emotional state. How do you deal with the fringes without removing fundamental freedoms? I would go back to that listening and I would go back to I haven't too much. But I would not legs, lid. Flip your lid of your brain. How do you deal with the fringes without removing fundamental freedoms? Well, as long as they don't threaten to hurt someone or they don't actually hurt someone, then they have a right to speak. That's how I would deal with that issue. A lid. Now it all comes together. All right, many serious problems will happen in the next few years, and humanity has no solutions, Max Out Credit says. We've been doing the ostrich maneuver for so many years. Sarah, check this out. Yeah, I myself am one of those that do the ostrich maneuver. I don't like hearing certain things. A mountain goat is not a goat?
Now, President Trump is set to release his proposed budget proposal today. The $4.8 trillion plan highlights his top priorities for the following fiscal year.
Trump's budget puts safety net programs in the crosshairs. So all the people that need the most support is what he wants to target. Okay. It is Tiddly D. Pull out another blanket. Get warm. Maybe run a heating pad for, at least 30 minutes. Sarah, should women cuddle more with men to give them that bust to rule the world? Or men should cuddle more with women? Maybe women are willing. That boost to rule the world, yeah. As long as you have one of those 0-degree sleeping bags, those are nice, the ones that run off your body heat. But my legs, they have such poor circulation that I don't know if my legs would warm up. I liked Voltaire. Yes, I do know who was Voltaire. I think I want to go back and read some Voltaire. It's been many years since I read him, since I was I think I was in high school when I read Voltaire, or just graduated. No, Bengalitis. Voltaire was not an electrician who invented volts or wattage. I don't know about where volts came from, but watt? Oh, wattage came from James Watt. There is an amazing autobiography of James Watt that was written by Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie, I think. Oh, what? Oh my goodness. What an amazing man. It all started with Watt when he was looking at his mom was inside because it was too cold outside to dry clothes. So she hung her clothes inside. And they were hanging over the stove, and a sheet or towel, I think, was just flickering above the steam. And then he started thinking about steam, and then he was like the inventor of the steam engine. He was amazing. No, I'm too nice. We have a big bed, so I keep my cold feet away from David.
All right.
Ah. Oh, Tiddly D, did I tell you about the school thing? That many schools will pay for if you work for the school, they'll pay for your trucking school for your CDL.
Really? That's good.
Yeah, but it's part-time work, so you could still do your have you already started? Because you could use your GI Bill to live off of, and you could do the school thing.
That's right. Yeah.
That's true. Maybe the schools do have to pay you back. I don't know. Bookmark our show, bread, bacon, onion bread. We're here every night except for Sunday. Nice to meet you.
Have as much as you want. Welcome. Thanks everyone for coming in and spending time with Sarah and enjoying our show. Sarah is very exciting and also inspirational, I think. You really have captured a lot of people's attention, Sarah. Thank you.
Good night. Well, I'll be back.
Well, if you want to come back, you decide. Sarah gives me breaks in the evening, but I'm open to her taking the rest of the night off. Really, I don't care. Whatever she wants to do. I don't want to force her into doing a show every night. If she is ever feeling ill, I wouldn't expect her to do the show for me. We just play a video during this time period, But she's doing very well. She's very happy, and she loves to inspire people about what she believes in. Presidential budget proposal is military spending is up 0.3% to $740 billion. It's unbelievable how much Trump has spent on the military so far. I mean, remember Barack Obama was at 492 for NDAA 2015, 2014. Now Trump's NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, it comes up to 740, and he asked for $2 billion of this request for the border wall. All right, I'm not sure what to expect here, but we'll play this show for you, a little taste of it right now.
The president wants to boost spending for the Pentagon and Homeland Security while cutting Social Security and health care programs. However, Congress must approve the proposal before it can go into effect. So CBS News White House correspondent Ben Tracy is following the very latest from there and is joining us now. Ben, can you just sort of take us through the highlights of the president's budget proposal? Which programs are, or would he like to slash, and which ones would he like to really boost?
Yeah, could you do that for us, please? Thank you. Cutting 3% of the Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security safety net, adding 5% to the military. Thank you. I think we've got enough from you. My download's being impaired by a DDoS attack on our show, so we'll get to that a little later. Wow. This is fascinating. You learned something tonight, I guess, on Conspiracy Monday. Animals with misleading names. Did Sarah go over this? Electric eel. Mountain goat. Well, electric eel is not an eel, okay? A mountain goat is not a goat. A maned wolf is not a wolf. And a king cobra is not a cobra. And also, snakes are typically self-governing. Hey, that's got to be one of the worst things I've ever seen. Oh, peacock mantis shrimp. Not a peacock, not a mantis, also not a shrimp. Horny toad, not a toad, only thinks of you as a friend. Mayfly, active through the spring and summer. Eastern kingbird, found in the West. Many birds do not recognize its authority, so it's not a kingbird. Wow, this is got to be the most mindless, simplistic meme I've ever seen. Yeah. You learned something, though. Isn't that nice? Biden warns to spend $750 billion on health care. Well, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't just spend money, though. That's the thing. The Democrats keep throwing money at things, thinking they're going to solve it, like Obamacare. And we haven't seen much benefits in our health care. And Donald Trump cutting Medicare and Medicaid is really kind of gutting Obamacare. It's whatever it was going to be, it doesn't have the funding, so they don't deliver a good product now. You rarely get checkups. Good luck with blood tests. They're hemming and hawing at the local clinic to make sure that everybody knows that you can't really get treated per se, unless of course you have a sleep disorder. Then you're guaranteed $4,000 from the government to help you with your little apparatus to keep you from dying of asphyxiation during your sleeping. Yeah, a lot of people apparently are choking on their own. It's sleep apnea, and so they have a big scam to make money off the government. That's got to be stopped. How do you deal with the fringes without removing fundamental freedoms? Well, you cater to a little bit of the fringes. Absolutely. I don't think removing freedoms is the way to go. Like gun control is a bad thing. Our freedoms guarantee the safety of our individual citizens versus the overtaking totalitarian nature of our government and how it's pressing onto our freedoms. Like the Second Amendment. I mean, nobody's going to mess with you in your home if you got a home defender and you've got the right to carry that weapon. Nobody's going to walk into a shotgun blast, you know? I mean, who would want to, walk into a shotgun blast from a home defender? I mean, there are a lot of Americans who believe in that. It's called the castle law. They protect their home with if they're in mortal fear for their life, they can use a weapon to defend themselves to protect their home. Why would we want to take that away from people? And also remember, the Democrats are pushing this extremely leftist belief that we should have gun control and verification. And I used to believe in all kinds of things. I believed in verification in 2008, and now I realize there's nothing in the Second Amendment that said we have to verify you. Yeah, so I'm trying to, find the constitutional backing behind verification. I couldn't find it, so I dropped it. Well, if you guys want to get behind a campaign to really win, not put some homosexual Christian in front of the American people and have people vote for him, then you need to get behind this plan to build this third party, like right now. So you can go to our website, America's Third Party, click on the old site button, and you'll go right to how to get me on the ballot in your state. But just telling people about this third party and having people write my name in the election will be a big step in the right direction. Maybe many people are morbidly obese. A lot of people are suffering from that. Yeah. It's not easy being obese. You have to always fight your calorie intake. But the kind of preventative health care that we could deliver with mobile medical units would give people a heads up saying, hey, you're going to have to cut your calorie intake by 1,000 calories a day, sir. And we'll give you a diet plan that you look at and go, wow, yeah, really, if you want to live a long life, you'll have to do that. So this is the type of preventative health care that doesn't take millions of dollars to do. If Joe wants to put $750 billion into health care, he's basically, he's spinning some BS line that, we're all going to be, living high on the hog. Most people aren't doctors and lawyers and nurses that make $50 to $100 to $300 to $500 an hour. So I don't think that's really useful for those people. Hey, we got the Russian brides. Yeah, they're all working for Russia now, and I'm amazed the Democrats haven't made a big issue of this. I would have been harping on it throughout the whole impeachment period, but nobody's been talking about Donald Trump, William Barr, and Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham all working for the same Russian cabal, if you will, Russian oligarchs. Nobody's talking about it. I'm the only one really towing the line here. I thought they'd mentioned it during the impeachment, but they never talked about it. It's weird. And I realize now because a lot of the Democrats are dining on the Russian teat as well. Our government is comprised of a lot of prostitutes, I hate to say it, who work for re-election money. And that's why we have so many people dining on foreign donations, super PAC money. Yeah, you made a good philosophic point, Slow Modes. I'll hand you that. Trump has an easy bar to pass. He runs on eliminating things already in place. The Democrats run on new ideas, and some are far-reaching, like the Green New Deal. Exactly. Especially when there's no nuts and bolts behind the Democrats' plan. But you're right, in theory, it's easier to say, hey, I'm going to get rid of all of these things, I'm going to eliminate this and this and this, I'm going to prosecute Hillary. It's easy to say those things and not actually do them than to actually say, hey, I'm going to build a housing project that will save America. And I'm going to do it by offering people a portable dome in front of their house. Yeah, and the fan that keeps this thing pumped up runs on solar energy. Isn't that nice of me? Now, it's going to be pretty hard for me to give you a portable dome in front of all of your houses. It's like a completely impossible task, right? Wrong. For less than $99.99, we'll be able to ship you an entire dome with the actual air recharger and solar panel included. Now, that would be amazing. But no, I can't offer you that. But it'd be great if I could, say, hey, we're gonna give you this. It'd be great. Dome me, dude. And then no one would be getting the coronavirus, right? Be all living in your own domes. Thanks for coming in, bread, bacon, onion bread. Nice. How much money will you give to Israel every year? I will put it on the table. I will offer half of what we give them if they don't sign a nuclear non-proliferation agreement. So I will consider economic sanctions against Israel if they don't sign a nuclear non-proliferation agreement, which is already on the books, ready to go. We just have to hand them the paperwork, and if they sign it and say, yes, we have nuclear weapons, they'll continue getting the same aid they're getting. I'm not trying to destabilize our ally, Israel. My anger at the Russian oligarchs is different. We have an ongoing problem with Russia contaminating our election. The Democrats have not framed this properly. They delivered an inadequate impeachment articles, 2 of them that were not nearly as good as they should have been. We can do better. We could definitely get Donald Trump on cheating in the election. We have the 448 unredacted pages of documents now ready to go. So cheating could definitely be another article of impeachment, and the 4th article of impeachment that we would impeach Donald Trump on would be bribery. So I think if we went after that would probably pull Donald in from the Russian oligarchs. But as far as Israel is concerned, I respect him as an ally, and I will do everything I can to maintain the current funding. We can't possibly give away $55 billion a year in foreign aid. So we'll be cutting that to 25 somehow. We're going to get the number down in half. But we're not going to cut the most war-torn and desperate nations. We will be cutting in areas that obviously we already cut with Pakistan a little bit. But in areas that are just breeding grounds for terrorism, we'll be pulling back and coming up with better options, automated military options, like my safe zone idea, which is not Donald Trump's idea, it's my idea, I can prove it. He's misused that word, and I came up with the wording weapons-free safe zones in 2009, and it's been misused by him so many times it's not even funny. Dave, what are your thoughts on lowering the age of alcohol consumption? This could get you the young vote. I don't really urge people to want to, poison their brain. I think it's a state issue. If you move to a state that allows alcohol at 18, then good for the state. I think it'll help people migrate to different places if they really want to drink. I just can't endorse alcohol because it is such an addictive drug. Now, marijuana is an herb, and as you know, I support legalization of marijuana across the country starting at 21 years old, because that's how old you have to be for your lungs to really mature. I waited till I was 21 to smoke marijuana, and I'm not denying that I inhaled. I did inhale, and it was good. But I don't recommend anyone smoking marijuana if you don't want to enjoy yourself. Yeah, because you will enjoy it. Yeah. But your life may go down the hill a little bit. You may be in a kind of this may be the future of your life. Not that this guy smokes marijuana, or I actually like this setup, but this could be your life once you go down that road. Yeah, you'll be getting one of these little bike things, and it has a bed in there too. He can sleep in there, and it has a kitchen and a bathroom. And it has a really lovely, if you put your hands in the sink and swish some water around, it'll feel like a jacuzzi. But this is going to be your future. You're cutting back your motivation, you're reducing your load, you're becoming much more sustainable, and you start to not care about things, But that's kind of where your life would go. So I don't recommend smoking pot. It's too enjoyable. Unless, of course, you're suffering. And if you are in a legal state, and you need a little remedy from the bad experience you've had in life, you can try it, But you see what happens in your life after that happens. It's like things change. Now, you could get enormously lucky like this guy who made $14 million on YouTube simply being kind of dumb.
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly. Here's a theory about Trump's face burn. Trump says it's been photoshopped. I already outed the whole thing. We showed you the beginning, but this is another theory. Bang, boom, and then crash, bang, and then whoop. Yeah, the face burn. Very interesting. Well, I've convinced a lot of people so far tonight that this is an actual picture of a babushka, a woman who is an Eastern European woman. I don't want to go through the whole thing again for you. That guy made $14 million on YouTube. He's enormously successful. But the key is he doesn't say anything. If he says anything political, they'll take his videos down. So he just goes like, have you ever like, for sure, like, you know? And people love that because they don't want to think. Nobody really wants to think. And YouTube loves it because they don't want anyone to think too. Okay, they got Wuhan being sprayed, mass fumigation going on for the coronavirus. Wuhan has no live cameras now, but what we have here is some sort of a government operation to clean and disinfect the area using highly toxic fumes. Isn't that nice? So if you don't die of the coronavirus, you die of the highly toxic fumes. Isn't that special? Well, oh man, that's just wild. Wild and a crazy kind of stuff. Oh, that's another picture. I didn't even show that. Oops. Oops. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, this is it. Just pumping that right in the air. Pump it up. No, China is definitely not managing the situation well. I asked the big question. Now, you can call this conspiracy. The big question is, why did they have a bioweapons lab in the middle of Wuhan? Why would they do that? They were warned, the government of China was warned 2 or 3 years in advance that they should never have a weapons lab within a metropolitan area. So I asked the big question, since China must have known that there were problems of flu viruses popping up in late November, why didn't they just keep everybody in the city and lock down the city? Why did they evacuate the city in January when everyone could have been contaminated? And according to the experts, the symptoms don't even show up 14 to 40 days into this entire flu virus. So all the people that left Wuhan could veritably be spreading the disease right now. Very, very stupid in my mind. You'd think China would be scared to quarantine because they are now quarantining people in their apartment buildings after the fact. Why wouldn't they just keep 8 million people in the city of Wuhan? Why did they let them all out and actually evacuate a 40 million population demographic? Makes no sense. Quarantine makes sense. Evacuation makes no sense. So you have to ask yourself, why are they doing this? Well, the conspiracy theory is they want to depopulate their own country. That's the big conspiracy theory. But there's another weirder and more disturbing conspiracy theory that is generating some traction, and that is that it's the same time period that the 5G network was introduced to China and tested in the Wuhan area. The 5G network is the most powerful communication system out there, and Huawei had a testing area in Wuhan. I know I'm not speaking Chinese per se, but Huawei was testing in Wuhan. And they were doing it in a way. Are you bored? You feel you have to smoke marijuana during the show, Elon? Bottom line is, it's pushed us to the brink of wondering, is the 5G network testing coming up with some bad experiences, like people dropping like flies? And the video I saw showed people dropping like flies. Yeah. I mean, I didn't dispute what I saw. I actually believed that they were dropping like flies. So, and we've seen flies drop like flies. So is this a possible case of, were they testing out? Maybe people are walking into some, I guess you'd call it hot spots? Because when you send signals out rapidly like microwave beams, the circles contract and intersect, and all of a sudden you've got these intersections of signals that could be like hotspots, causing people to drop dead like flies. Yeah, going with that logic, it really scares people to think that maybe they are doing something like that in Wuhan. I don't know. I mean, I'm not here to pass judgment. I can't verify it, but I have copied most of the things that we've taken from the Wuhan area. Put together quite a bit of footage. The coronavirus is one of those things that could be also at play. So don't stop taking precaution and preventing the spread of the disease. I'm stopping my trips around the area where I normally go to buffets. I won't eat at buffets anymore. I'm being very careful. I don't want to walk up and get somebody's coronavirus. And we get a lot of national Chinese coming into our area, and Trump hasn't stopped flights from China at all. So there you have it. So we could all be cross-contaminated right now and not even know it. So avoid buffets. Try to limit your access to the city at large around a lot of people. If you need to go to Walmart, bunch all your items together to go to Walmart. Put a list together. Don't just go there every day. And you'll save gas money. Think of it that way. You want to see the links about chemtrails? Okay. What links would that be? Chemtrailparty.com. I've got a link. Yeah, I put together a whole lot of links. If you want to learn about chemtrails, which I believe is a big problem facing the country, our government and the two-party system won't talk about it, but it is happening. The skies above us are literally being doused with chemicals. Have you seen our show before? We definitely feature chemtrails on Conspiracy Monday, but it is more than conspiracy to me. It's truth. It's a conspiracy fact. Right, chemtrail cowboy, I know. But I came up with chemtrailparty.com, and you can watch this. You can actually go to the link page here, and it'll take you to all these sites that will give you absolute proof of chemtrails going on in your sky above you. This is a really good ebook a guy created named William Thomas, describes what's happening. And geoengineeringwatch.org is really good, Global Skywatch, Aircrap. And down below we've got links on radio frequencies and a video series by Never Lose Truth 2, Kafka, that will give you a tremendous knowledge base. She's kind of tedious to listen to, but she's really knowledgeable about how they're using radio frequencies, heavy metals in the sky in the form of chemtrails, and they're creating weather patterns. And she talks about that and the effect of the EMF on our bodies. But the primary goal here is to create toxic weather or toxic air that we breathe that will make us all sick, reduce our immune system. And it also just deprives the world of oxygen by locking down on the air that we breathe and preventing sunlight from getting to plants. So it's a definite problem, and it's not going to get any better if we block the sky. So you'll listen to Democrats talk about how we need to put stratospheric aerosol injection in the air to somehow block the sun, to cool the planet down. This is another BS scam from the New World Order, that and depopulation. And the New World Order and the media work tandemly to come up with this theory that we've got to get rid of the population and we've got to block the sun to cool the planet off. These are all fictitious beliefs that have not been proven. Our population on this earth could actually enlarge to 10 billion if we properly distribute food, water, clothing, and housing, and heat, and energy. So there's so many things that we should just get on to the track of spreading and distributing properly here in America. And hopefully other countries can do the same. But we really shouldn't have homeless people on the streets. Not when we're such a great and prosperous nation. So there's nothing truthful about Donald Trump claiming we're doing great when you drive down the street and you see a homeless person pretty much begging for food. Now, Trump just bragged about cutting 8 million people off food stamps. Yeah, he just cut them, period. And pulling people off welfare, and he's cutting them. And it will hurt people in the cities because they won't be able to get the food and the clothing and the housing that they need. So that's not the answer, what Trump is doing. But pandering to people with money is not the answer either. Weather warfare is really their target. They want to control droughts, hurricanes, and earthquakes, which they can use as a military advantage over other countries. And this has been going on for some time. I'm going to have to update it to 2020. But chemtrailparty.com is a site I constructed just for this purpose, to educate you. Yeah, thank you. There you go, stealth mode. Do we even know if stopping global warming will have the opposite effect if taken too far? Yeah, exactly. When do we know when to put the brakes on? We're actually heading toward an ice age. The Earth is actually moving toward an ice age over a 250-year period at the end of a 25,000-year cycle. Our position relative to the galactic alignment, the Earth, the Milky Way, and the Sun has changed. Similarly, the polarity of the Sun is altering every 11 years. So all of that relates to climate as opposed to carbon. And Scissorfight was the one that suggested that we have, he cited a fact that we have only 0.038% of our atmosphere is carbon. 0.038. Carbon isn't causing weather change. That's just a misnomer. People are led to believe that. They are changing the weather. It's called weather modification, and they're doing it right in front of our very eyes. So it's not some make-believe thing. They really are doing that. And they're even talking about stratospheric aerosol injection. You're considering buying a Halusi? I've never seen one of those Halusis. Yeah, I'm new to that Halusi scene. Let's take a look at what a Halusi is. That's a Chinese ethnic musical instrument. You know, I think that'll be very, very special for you. Just make sure it doesn't have any coronavirus on it when you get it shipped to you. This bamboo 3-octave Chinese Halusi is capable of developing a wonderful sound that will mesmerize the people in your family for years and years to come. David, this is really important. Can you please ban me because I haven't fed myself in 3 days and I haven't gotten up to use the bathroom in 16 hours? No, I'm not going to ban you. It was so hard for you to get in the room. Why would I do that? It's pretty funny. I don't want to ban him. He's been such a nice Hispanic person who's been struggling to survive in Mexico. Yes, it is not so good. Oh, here we go. A Saguenay couple has found a living frog inside of a green pepper. This happens sometimes when you buy organic, you know. How's the frog ended up in the pepper? I have no idea. It grew in the pepper. A Saguenay couple got quite the shock this weekend when we found the living green frog, yes. It's been reported to the province of agriculture in Saguenay. Thank you so much for that link. Another one bites the dust. And another one down, and another one down. Another one bites the dust. Hey, we saw Joe Biden with another astonishing picture. Remember I was telling you the best choice for 2020 among the Democrats, Republicans would be Biden-Trump? Because it'd be perv versus perv. Right. Liar versus liar. I mean, aside from Trump not telling Melania about 3 alleged involvements with women, adulterous relationships. I mean, we got a president who's an unrepentant alleged adulterer, right? Who paid $450,000 to shut women up in the election, which is an FEC violation, a felony, by the way. We got a guy who can't seem to get his hands off of women. And this is a real photograph. This isn't made up. This is real. Well, let's be clear. She didn't know what was going on. I think this is the closest she's been to an encounter with that kind of a feeling. She looks shocked. Shocked and in disbelief. What are you doing? What are you touching me, Biden? I'll call that Biden perv. Good. I don't have any other ones like that. Perfect name. Well, let's be clear. The BS media wants to put Bernie Sanders on top because they know that he could definitely lose to Donald Trump. James Carville noted that he doesn't want to join a cult of Bernie. And many Democrats are looking to Biden as an alternative to Bernie because of that. We now interrupt the show to show you Bert. I don't believe you're a Hispanic, Pooh. You're beginning to sound like the guy who comes at our show who claims to be Howie. Yeah, I think you're pulling my leg about being a Hispanic person. That's just not right. You should consider repenting and possibly giving yourself 50 self-whips with a wet spaghetti noodle as punishment. Do you self-flagellate? Do you do that? Yeah, and don't forget, Bernie Sanders' initials are BS. Exactly. And Donald is DT, as in delirium tremor. I'm DS. You can't swap DS for, or DT is worse than DS in my opinion. Delirium tremors are what happen when people come down from addictions, like your Trump tart addiction. You'll have DTs. You'll start to say, this is all so confusing. How come David is confusing everything by talking with these big words? He says all these things that we have to actually think about. You'd have DT come downs from too much of me and not enough Donald. See, Donald answers things the same way over and over again, so it repeats messaging. Oh, it's all fake news. It's all a scam. It's all Russian hoax. And all the Republicans heard was that. That's all they heard. They never heard all the details and specific truths of 17 witnesses that all confirmed that quid pro quo went down. And by the time the Republicans decided to rule that they didn't want a trial after all, no witnesses, and just throw the thing out into the field, by the time they'd ruled that, they pretty much decided that all those people they wanted to have witnesses, like the whistleblower and Adam Schiff was going to be a witness. They realized they didn't want any witnesses on their end to have to testify, like Donald McGahn, who said that Trump wanted to fire Mueller 5 times. That would be an impeachable offense. They just said Donald Trump, maybe he did the quid pro quo. That's what the Republicans said. Maybe he did it, maybe it was illegal, but it's not an impeachable offense. In their eyes, as they commit obstruction of justice, yeah, I guess so. Sure. Nothing's impeachable in the eyes of a bunch of crooked Republican senators, like the guy who obviously takes money from Russia, Mitch McConnell, and Lindsey Graham, who takes money from Russia. Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah, I played a lot of really good movies last weekend. I played Michael Jackson, Seen Alive. You missed that one on Saturday. We do a lot of stuff in the evening to show people, how interesting the world of the internet is. There are photographs of Michael Jackson seen after he died. That's a conspiracy theory that he faked his death to cover his pedophile charges. I tend to believe that that's a likely reason. If Michael Jackson was still if he was still alive, he'd be charged by Santa Barbara Police Department for pedophile charges of possessing pornography. But for some reason, he got rid of all that pornography from the Santa Barbara Police Department. You notice they never ever showed that to anyone? What pornography did they find at Neverland? What was found there? We've never seen the reveal. Somebody paid them off. Santa Barbara got paid off. So in order to put the whole thing away, the theory that Michael Jackson faked his death is very real. They claimed his wax body was shown, and it was so ridiculous, they said his brain was missing. I mean, just like the wax body of Elvis Presley, you've got to wonder if he's still alive. So these are all conspiracy theories that some of these people fake their own deaths. And there's even a conspiracy being spun right now on I guess 153news.net has a story about it. Kobe Bryant possibly faking his own death. It's a conspiracy theory. Yeah, so we'll have that later tonight in our show. Yeah, there's a lot of concern because the helicopter that crashed had the same markings of a standard Sikorsky helicopter. And then the helicopter of Kobe's that he painted with the Nike logo on it was not painted that way. So people are wondering why the helicopter that crashed had some canned photographs, video that was taken from Afghanistan or somewhere near the Middle East. Thank you. Are you quoting me or something, Pooh? Yeah, I think you're interesting. Okay, so I'm not going to play this for you right now because it would be considered hate speech if I were to say that Kobe isn't dead. Yeah, I'm just going to go leave it out there that we will have the video for you later tonight after 10. So if you want to sleep now, you can watch the video later. It'll lead at 10 o'clock. Right, why would Kobe want to fake his death? He was only accused of being a rapist. Right. Hola, do you know your peppers? Let's take a look. Many people know their peppers. I am the pepper bandido. You're reading Hybrid Capitalism for the 4th time. Excellent. Jalapeno, poblano, Tlaca, Anaheim, Mirasol, Serrano, Bola, Cascabel, Chile Seco, Yojilo, Colorado, Basilia, Ancho, and Chipotle. Ay. I know my peppers. Hey, I love all these. On the left side, I will eat the Anaheim. It's very mild. I'll eat the poblano. Those are the twos that I would eat. You notice there's no green pepper or red pepper or yellow pepper. And of these over here, I will only eat Chipotle. I prefer the taste of Chipotle the most. So I'm very selective in my peppers. Bola is the hottest, really? I believe you. They put the bola in the vinegar and let it sit for years to come. It gets, if you put peppers in vinegar, they get mild. They start to lose their bite. Hey, Dave, I just want to let you know I checked out that motorhome and it was a crap hole. The floor was rotten and rats had chewed up some of the wiring. Plus, when I started it up, it was a puffing white smoke. That was a gas problem. Thanks, Homeless Hank. Well, at least you checked it out, man. You want to go looking for another vehicle out there in, was that Houston? You want to look for another one right now on Craigslist? Yeah, when you're in the $4,000 price range, they say it runs great. No, the white smoke is an indication that the gas was too old. Okay, I've got some time. Craigslist is a great place to check out good values for a lot of you people who are living right on the edge. They say 65% of the country is $500 away from living on the street. So my listening audience wants to know about this stuff, so I'm catering to you guys. I've eaten jalapenos. I made super hot jalapeno hot sauce myself. I cooked it 15 hours on the stove. I published a book. America's Third Party Store has it. It's called Hybrid Capitalism. We talked about that. I think we discussed it earlier. You forgot? Yeah, we have this up available for you for download or purchase. Paperback is $14.99 and download is 99 cents. If you want to grab it, check it out. Great ideas to save the country. Still very valid. Okie dokie. Let's see if I can go check out Houston. Oh, it is Houston. Yeah. Houston, we have a problem. Let's go to the RV section. This won't take long. Yeah, I sent him to a $4,000 RV that now we find out it was rotten with rats in it and the wiring was all screwed up. We're going to go ahead and look again. Ah, Kijiji. Oh, Kijiji? Okay, I will check Kijiji right now. Let's take a look. Kijiji.com. I like that name. No, Kijiji. What? It's a Canadian's channel? Oh, okay. Okay, I'll check it out. Kijiji, it's in Canada. Hopefully they'll have something in the US for me. Well, let's be clear. I'll look at it later. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm checking good things here. I'm not worried about it. I got another site I'm going to show you guys. It'll blow your mind tonight. It's, yeah, I'll tell you about it in a bit. Okay, whenever you're in a big city, you have to go to the bottom of the first run. Start there. Okay, there's an RV, Winnebago, 2,500. That was a loser. The Spartan Diesel you didn't check out. That had some issues. This is a cheap RV. Runs and drives, might need a little air in the tires. It has roof damage. It's salvage title. That was the one you looked at, right? Was that the one? No, there's not an audio version. I guess there is an audio version that's free out there on the dark web, but I don't have it. Kijiji means village in Swahili, of course. Yeah, man. I did some Jamaican cooking, man. You know, what I did recently was a Hawaiian pork stir fry. I made that over the weekend. Yeah, I think this is the one you looked at. Was that it? Yeah, it was a crap hole. Rotted floor. Yeah, I can see the floor was rotted. Okay. 500 or something. We're not going for a isn't it? No, this Lazy Days is, and they sold recently for 12,000. So 4,500 OBO. Who, that's totally illegal here. You can't commit acts like that. That's a bannable offense, trying to make money on our show. Yeah, I'm going to mute you, but don't ever do that. Okay, avoid the markup, the lots, and buy 350 engine. That's a good engine. It's got original miles on it. That one you looked at 50,000 on it. That couldn't have been. This doesn't tell you how many miles are on it. But I would definitely consider this one and go with this one, yeah. That's pretty slick. That's a nice interior. Lazy Days was a plush Class C. They're decent. Make sure that engine's got fresh gas before you start it up. All right. There you have it. So for $4,500, you can get your own driving ability and hit the road, Joe. That one runs. Okay, just looking some more here. No more RVs. Fifth wheels, yes. You need a place to live. Fifth wheels are the way to go. But you need a truck to move them around. A 1993 Safari Pathfinder. There's a big one. Diesel intercooled turbo engine. It's a diesel pusher. Runs and drives perfect. The roof needs recoating. That's typical with an older vehicle. Had a leak in the bathroom around the shower vent. That's no big deal. It went to the bathroom floor. That could be a problem. We'll need the floor and some cabinets replaced. Okay. 78,000 miles. New refrigerator in 04. That's good. Tire date codes are out. Comes stuffed with pot, pan, Foreman grill, coffee makers, Sony radio, in-dash explode stereo, oil filters for diesel and generator, boxes of spare parts, etc. This could be right up your alley. The problem with this, though, it gets like 5 miles per gallon. Yeah, the Class C's get about 10. It's got a nice Onan generator. Pretty cool. Oh, that's sweet. Look at that kitchen. Nicely done. I like the cabinets. That's wood. Big refrigerator. That's, you know, there's the leak in the bathroom. Yeah. They're being honest about it. There's the floor leak in the bathroom. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, you could easily get a new piece of linoleum, cut it to fit. No big deal. But it's the dry rot underneath that you're going to run into. And when you got a... Well, the good thing, it wasn't a sewer leak. That would be a problem. But that whole roof is history. All right, that's kind of tossable. Looks nice? Okay. I'll give it to you. All right, if that's something you could work with, but again, you're only going to get 5 miles per gallon max. No, we can't. We have no parking around here. I'd have to rip down 2 beautiful rainforest lots to make parking for you. You're out? Okay, take care, man. No, I think that was a rain damage thing. You know, that's common with a lot of these big vehicles. But for a vehicle, a Class A like that, for $4,500, excuse me, $6,500, that's pretty damn good. See how fun it is to look online? Here's a $7,000 Tiffin Allegro motorhome in Ohio. So this is out of your range. For $7,000, you get a 32-foot Triton V10 with 100,000. One owner recently deceased, so the family wants to move it. Generator runs good, roof needs to be coated, but doesn't say there's any leaks in it. For $7,000, let's see what you can get. There's a little leak there. Okay. No, that's a leak. Yeah, that's a leak from the seam. It's a joiner leak. That's cosmetic mostly. That's a pretty amazing motorhome. There's your home on wheels, babe, for $7,000 in Ohio, folks. Had a little fender bender. That's easily repaired with some fiberglass repair kit. It's not major structural damage. That's cosmetic. That wouldn't take more than a day to repair yourself. It's pretty interesting, you know? It's kind of old and deluxe in its own old deluxe way. So living in a motorhome like that in America is now becoming a way of life for a lot of people who are older and have decided, hey, we don't have any property, we don't have any kids, we're on the road. It's a new lifestyle for Americans, believe it or not. That's a big engine, yeah. Well, here's that one for $7,000. It looks a little bit nicer than the one with a major water damage. Yeah, for just a little bit more. Check that out. Now, homeless Hank has $500,000 he saved. And he wants to live in a vehicle. So it's perfectly fine to set up a vehicle like that. And I think that's probably a good range for you to buy. Okay, here's some clips from you've heard about people being locked into their apartments in Wuhan. Here's some video from last weekend.
下一个就是我们6号楼了，就是我家了。
Is it normal to weld people's doors shut? Look at this. They're welding the doors of hotels shut. Look at this. Yeah, I am on. So it's not normal, no. This sucks. How can these people of Wuhan get food when there's metal bars over their doors? Look at this. So some people say, well, in one breath, you're saying you should never have, you know, they should never have evacuated the city. And in another breath, I'm saying, yeah, they should have quarantined the city. Well, now they're quarantining the apartment buildings. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about putting a perimeter around the whole city, so the city could actually still feed the people that were alive. Not what they're doing now, which is shutting them off at their apartment buildings so they can't even get food. They have to live on the kindness of their friends in the apartment complex. True neighborly requests like, do you have any extra food for our family to eat, please? Thank you. Hello? Okay, this is the big story for tonight. Very big breaking news that came early on in our pre-show. Here it is. Lindsey Graham apparently has implicated William Barr in a massive scandal. And it's on live TV. The Intelligencer has the story. Yesterday, Lindsey Graham appeared on Face the Nation and blurted out an apparent confession of what, if true, would be a scandal of Nixonian proportions. Graham reported that he had spoken with Attorney General William Barr that morning. The Department of Justice is receiving information coming out of the Ukraine from Rudy, he reported, explaining that Barr told me that they created a process that Rudy could give information and they would see if it's verified. Graham explained why, in his opinion, the state of affairs is appropriate. He says Rudy Giuliani is a well-known man. He's a crime fighter. He's loyal to the president. He's a good lawyer. On the contrary, he's describing an arrangement that is not only the appearance of a conflict of interest, but a massive abuse on its face. First, Giuliani is not a government official. He is representing Donald Trump as an individual, a fact that he's made perfectly clear. He boasted to the New York Times last May that he was seeking to uncover information will be very, very helpful to my client and may turn out to be helpful to my government, And the distinction between will and may was Rudy's open acknowledgement that he was looking out for Trump, not the U.S. government, and that the interests of the two might not be the same. He was even more clear in a letter to Ukrainian President Zelensky, which is his former partner Lev Parnas, who Trump says he's never met, he's been seen in photographs with, 10 different photographs with. Lev Parnas produced this letter stating that Giuliani was representing Trump as a private citizen, not as a president of the United States. So there is no way in the world this conflict of interest meets and complies with U.S. law. So Lindsey Graham is ostensibly saying Trump is at it again, doing the same thing with Ukraine as he was doing earlier. And no, Donald Trump hasn't changed his ways, Susan Collins. He has not decided to stop doing that. And even she admitted that, oh, well, I don't really know for sure if he will stop. He never even apologized.
I'm finally back.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah's back. She's going to give you a little time, and I'm going to have some dinner. But this is a big article. It kind of talks about how he's got Rudy Giuliani as his Lindsey Graham said that Trump has chosen Rudy Giuliani to handle all his affairs. Even though he's the private attorney, he's not working for the government and hasn't been vetted. So it's like even Lindsey Graham is acting like he doesn't even know how the government's supposed to operate, which is very suspicious. I know, I should eat dinner a little earlier, but hey, you know, you do what you can, right? But the big story really is that Trump is vowing to cut Social Security and Medicare, hours before proposing just the opposite. So, I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Bengalitis. I was thinking of having a snack later after this segment, and I've decided not to because you reminded me it's better to eat earlier and not eat after a certain time, like 7:30-ish. Which I finish my dinner before 7:30, so okay. I'll start doing that, working on that. I'll just drink water only after 7:30. Never take 3 straight, what? A lot of time constraints on David daily. True. 7:04, you're so funny. Are you still here? 7:04? That is hilarious. Okay. I think I'm gonna close out of this desktop region. I might do some... Well, maybe I'll pull it back, but... A Korean subtitle movie won Best Picture Oscar. What is the world coming to? Well, the world is coming to a very global world. There's many Americans that like Korean subtitle movies. I know. I know. I find it interesting. But whatever. I usually don't watch those subtitle movies, but yeah, I don't think I have watched them. There was one that I started watching, and then I realized it was a mix between English, like I'm talking to you, and then Korean subtitles. I don't even think they had I don't know. Anyway, it was very interesting. It was on Netflix, and I watched, I think, half an episode. No, Star-Lord, I'm not down with any of those. I like chocolate. About 1 piece of dark chocolate a day. And that's it. Do you think drugs liberated you? I don't know if the people around you would agree with that. Oh, 704, you still are there. You said you were telling David they will never do anything because the people are in... Oh, they will never do anything. For some reason, I read that as like, I will never do anything. These people are in power. They will make it all right, even as if it's wrong. And then you asked, Sarah, do you think Trump could be behind the epidemic going on in China? I did tell David. I said, isn't it interesting that the day before the coronavirus hit the news in the United States, that's when Trump started reaching agreements to lift the trade with China. I'm not going to say there's anything behind it, but isn't that interesting? You're asking Hank if we have a spare, but why don't you ask David, because it's his house and I just live here. So I can't make that decision. I will go with whatever David says. I will say that apartments around here are going for $1,500 a month. It's not my house, Bangalitis. It's not my name. I know, you're right, Medveral. Medveral says, or meow. What shall I call you? Jacques. Jacques says, yeah, except that the infections started in November. The first visible cases were in December. And during all that time, tenths of millions were infected. Tenths of millions? Like 100,000s? All right. And Psycho Behavior says a studio in Irvine goes for $2,100 a month before utilities. Sarah and Maxed Out Credit asked, Sarah, is there a good Chinese restaurant where you live? There is. Which there actually is. Yeah, it's decent. Whatever, Star-Lord. I would never go against David. Thank you, Medveral. Exactly, 890. I don't do that anymore. And Maxed Out Credit said 250,000 people die each year of the flu in the world. And we panic now? Angelitis says, Sarah, you have such a big heart. Let me be specific, Star-Lord. I don't go against David and his decisions of the house. However, there are certain people that I've told David, I really don't want that person living in this house. No, thank you. And I think David has said he only wants family living in this house, and he's accepted my family. So... That's all I'll say on that. Interesting. Yeah, 10,000 people already died of the flu is what I've heard. 891. My family did enjoy their time at the islands, yes. One of the things my dad said, come on, Sarah, let's go on a ferry ride around the San Juans. And ironically, I lived here for like 20 years and never really went on a ferry ride up to that area. So out of Anacortes, I'd gone on a ferry off this island that I live on, but Anacortes is on a different ferry, is on a different island, and I hadn't gone on a ferry out of there. And so I went with my dad when he was up visiting, and it was so great. Ferry, Hank. Oh, you haven't lived until you've been on the ferry, and it's like so affordable, and you're just sitting there watching the water, and it's like, oh, so lovely. It was really, really lovely. And we just rode the ferry, and then we're like, well, we're just turning around and coming back, and we rode it back. We didn't even, like, we just hung around on the ferry. The problem is not the infection rate of 3,000 cases per day. The problem is the mortality rate is stable at 2%. Nothing seems to stop it, like if there was a second strain of some virus holding behind it, like Marburg, huh? Could be, Eric. It's true, could be. Well, and maxed out credit, I would say when the third world starts to give women rights, there will be less poverty, famine, and illness, and less kids. Well, if people would just listen to one another, I think women would have more rights. Jacques thinks we could be facing a ELE as an extermination level event within a year and a half. Okay, Willie. I don't necessarily think that's the case in the third world. In fact, women work really hard, especially in the third world. You think the standard of living will bring prosperity and war? Oh, well, I think I unmuted myself, Willie, but I was muted for a little bit. Trump thinks the coronavirus will be gone by April when the weather gets warmer. Oh, you think the warlords will try to stop the population from becoming educated? That's true. If people become educated, that would be very good. You can come in under a different name and then ask to be unbanned? Is there a certain username that you would like unbanned? Hippo Scooby? I really think he is, Eric, sadly. Patrick VA, does VA stand for veteran or for Virginia? Oh, and Hank says, Sarah, warm weather will help the virus spread faster. Virus dies easier in the cold. That's why hospitals keep it cold. Virginia. I've been to Virginia. I actually went and visited Virginia this past summer. The sometimes viruses spread in the winter, but that's because people are enclosed and close together in close quarters trying to stay warm in like schools and malls and other places, and so then they're spreading their germs, where in the spring they can spread out and not spread their germs. No, he's not talking about you, Hank. Eric is now talking about Trump. I would love to do so, Bangalitis, but I don't think I will, no. More troops have been diagnosed with traumatic brain injuries after a missile attack. Wow. Good night, Allura. No, Bangalitis, I don't think he or she will. Maxed Out Credit thinks crossover viruses will become more common as the third world gets tech and money. Oh, he compares it to when Europeans first came to America. There was smallpox that wiped out so many natives. Yeah, good night. Season 4, Episode 5 of Outer Limits. I don't smack people. I don't do that. 112 different viruses came with the Europeans' maxed out credit says. Americans did not have domesticated animals living with them. The Europeans had all kinds of livestock in their homes, so crossover viruses was plentiful. Only the llama in Peru was domesticated. Everything else was not domesticated. Okay. Maybe in early newspaper days, not since television, Eric, for good. Okay. There's an shooting at an Arkansas Walmart. It wounded 2 police officers and the suspect is dead. $85 million cattle, pigs, duck, chicken are all burning right now in mainland China. Oh. Well, David doesn't like surprises, so I got him a shirt. That's what he asked for. So I got it for him. That's about it. I said, there you go. Happy Valentine's Day. It's arriving Thursday, I guess. There has been a pig infection in Asia for the last 23 months. This is why the farmers are glad to ship the hogs there. Simple deal. China was running out of meat. Wow. Trump did nothing. Wow. Well, not a majority, Final Dream. Not a majority. Thanks to our electoral college, but then again, not a majority voted for Obama or Clinton or... Thanks to our electoral college. Wow. Yes, there's a federal food program in the United States for free and reduced lunches. So if they're under a certain income, they can get a reduced cost for their lunch. And if they're lower than that, then they can get a free lunch. They can't. There is So that's like the lunch program and breakfast as well. The Kiwanis, I believe, or it's Lions Club. I think it's Lions Club, but it could be Kiwanis. I'm not sure. One of those two organizations makes brown paper sacks of food for kids to take home on the weekends. Certain kids, they have to apply for the program. I don't know which kids get free or reduced lunch because it's they keep that information from the teachers, and so the kids don't know either because they just all their parents put the parents who pay for the lunch, they put their money into the account as well, and so they put it into an account, so the kids type in their number, they could be getting a free or reduced lunch, or they could be paying full charge. And there's some change happening at our school, supposedly, like who's giving food to kids. I don't know. I have to talk to the nurses and see what's the deal. Yeah, nutrition is important for learning. We also have like a food like share program where kids can donate unopened food. And anyway, I guess they want that to go through the school nurses, which then the kids have to go to the office to get certain things. And that way the nurses can check for allergies or I don't know. Anyway. Okay, I got your link, Hank. Like, I really want to read New York Post. I'd really rather not. I'm just going to leave it for David. What do you love about our presidents? I just don't trust it as a news source. For some kids, no, there's not mandatory dental or physical exams for children. They do have, kids are supposed to get certain vaccines before they come to school. I think they either waive them or the school, there's some issues though with if they're homeless, then there's certain laws that either the kids can start school even if they're not vaccinated or something like that. I don't know quite all the details. I know the law's called McKinney-Vento. So I just I teach whatever kids they tell me to teach. I don't have a detection system. Jacques. Wow. The kids are offered milk every day. The kids that go purchase the lunches. They don't have to take it, but they are offered it. I think it's about escapism, Bangalitis. Some people use their devices to escape, and others use mind-altering chemicals to escape. You think it was rigged against him?
Yeah, one thing I've learned from the Democratic caucuses is that, number one, they can't do anything properly, and number two, they rarely represent the elitists. They don't represent the average Americans. Even the Bernie crowd, really, they're unwittingly duped into believing that Bernie's a concerned socialist. Yeah, I mean, Bernie's in the 1%, so see that.
I like doing that too, maxed out credit. Dreaming is amazing.
Pre-visualization and dreaming. I like that too. Good night, Max.
He
Sleep
uses
well.
his bed to escape into the future. Good night, everyone. I'm going to follow in his footsteps. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Sarah. Enjoy your rest. Sleep well. Enjoy your music, beautiful music and everything. Or movies. You're watching a movie. Yeah. Okay, good idea. Thank you so much. Sarah was very kind to give me 2 breaks tonight, and I had a wonderful dinner. That Swiss chard is incredible. Thank you. I loved it. I finished it up. That was great. You are a Russian? Really? No, the truth is Bernie is a millionaire upstate. He's a multimillionaire. He's in the 1%. And he's a moocher too. He made 2 houses worth $600,000 during the last 2016 election. That's how much money he got. And he also bought an Audi R8. A bus accident. Oh no. I haven't planned Thursday out on Monday. Usually I do it by Wednesday if we're lucky. Last week, driving along, you're in the bus. You think, oh gosh, I think I'll take a nice tour of the country, and I'm in my bus. Hardly any passengers ever have seatbelts. This could be a very 8 students and a bus driver were all transported to the hospital with no life-threatening injuries. Oh my gosh. Warning, warning, things are not doing too well, too much panic. So was this real or was this fake news? I'm going to go with real. Thank you. You're right, Dave. It was real. Those people really did, but nobody had any life-threatening injuries. The driver of the Mustang that collided with him was taken to the Mount Carmel Hospital with serious injuries, though. Troopers said that this guy, Thornton, was driving on a suspended license at the time of the crash. The case has been referred to the Perry County prosecutor for review. Hey, researchers have discovered 2 new cannabinoids. As if you weren't happy with CBD and THC, welcome to the cannabinoid world of THCP and CBDP. Yeah. It's not only a THC, but it's a THCP and a CBDP. So if you feel like you have to take a pee after smoking, that's why. Mount Carmel means they are talking about Waco and David Koresh. Oh, really? Are they? Good to know. Miracles. Yeah, these CBDs have alternate, apparently, properties that help you. Between the 2 cannabinoids, the difference is one is in the carboxyl acid group, meaning it's only present in raw plant material that hasn't been exposed to high temperatures. Yeah, well, and if you smoke it, it changes dimension, yeah. Okay, I'll look at that later. That's one of those things I put in Flipboard under good living. No, 2 houses worth $600,000 were purchased after Jane sold the house she inherited far away that they don't keep. No, it's not a straight up lie. We have proof of Bernie driving the Audi R8. Multiple photographs. Come on. Who are you kidding, dude? You got a real suck up there with Bernie. And let's not forget, Bernie never worked a day in his life until he turned, 45 years old? Yeah, I'm putting it in good living because it's all about marijuana. And who doesn't want to have a good life? We already exposed the babushka, a European woman who looks identical to him, and I did the proof in the early part of the video. If you missed the first part of the show, I matched her face with this guy's face. It's not, what do you mean, BS? You look into it. I'll show you Bernie Sanders driving down the street in his Audi R8. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's a total suck-up. You know, back in Vermont, they called him the moocher? Oh, yeah. Yes, he did. Here he's buying a $172,000 car. There he's driving away. And here's the debunking link. No, he didn't. Yeah. Yeah, he did. You have no proof he didn't do it. You have only a bunch of debunking attempts by the Democrats who try to think like a cult. And I agree with James Carville. Voting for Bernie is like voting for a cult. And he doesn't want to be a cultist. I don't own an Audi. Mark is lying. Yes. I called him a moocher. The people in Vermont called him a moocher. Back in the day, you know, when he called women, said women like to be raped. You heard about that, right? Yeah, that's a real story. Yeah. I played that earlier. I don't want to keep reliving these things. But Bernie was called a moocher in Vermont, checking listings through 40 million listings. Yeah. Bum who wants your money, Bernie. I never had any money in my entire life, Sanders told Vermont Public TV after setting out for his real job as mayor of Burlington. He really never had any money. He was known, I don't have the story in front of me, but he was known as a guy who traveled from refrigerator to refrigerator grabbing their lunch meat. He was the lunch meat robber in the Vermont territory, and he was a typical hippie. You know, Bernie Sanders went to a commune, and this is also true. He went to a commune back in the early, when he served as Burlington's mayor. He went to a commune and he didn't work at all. And the commune noted that this guy never did a damn thing. He just sat and ate the dinners, the breakfasts, the lunches, and he spent the whole day with all the women that were doing the birthing session and asked them about their pregnancy and about their uterus or about their vaginas. He's very fascinated with women's vaginas. That's why he talked about women in that way. Yeah, when he made that statement in the essay about his rape fantasy, you can explain it all you want. You can run around in circles saying he was trying to create an allegory and a story when he said that women like to be raped by 3 men. Yeah. He wrote, now Bernie is not, I'm not kidding, this is a Bernie statement. A man goes home and masturbates. His typical fantasy, a woman on her knees, a woman tied up, a woman abused. A woman enjoys intercourse with her man as she fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously. Yeah. Oh, it goes on to talk about men and children? Oh, yeah. Here, look at this. Have you ever looked at the Stag, Man, Hero, Tough magazines on the shelf of your local bookstore? Do you know why the newspaper with the articles like Girl 12 raped by 14 men sell so well? To what in us are they appealing? In other words, to what in him are they appealing? Mr. Perv beyond Perv. So who's the biggest perv? Bernie, Joe, or Donald? Okay. We're going to make you a designation. You can decide who. B for Bernie, J for Joe, or D for Donald. Who's the biggest perv? Bernie, Joe, or Donald? BJD. You can decide. Your choice. Let's find out who you think is the biggest perv. Let's put it up there on the screen. Bernie, Joe, goodbye. You said goodbye 4 times, Pirate Salty Dog. Hello. B, Bernie, Joe, or Donald? Biggest perv. Perv contest. Here we go. Yeah, you can choose that. Ladies and gentlemen, you can choose B, J, or D. Bernie, Joe, who likes to touch women indecently, or Donald? You go for the BJ? Good choice. Very good choice. You go for the BJ. How about just one designation? Instead of the BJ, just go for the B or the J. Yeah, this is all about who's the biggest perv, okay? I'm going to say Donald. I'm going to go D for Donald. Because he's the guy who's the unrepentant adulterer. So we have Donald for the win. Anyone have any supporters here? Or no, apparently you like Donald too much. You like an unrepentant adulterer who likes to grab women by the beep beep. Or you'd like Joe, who just likes to grab women and say, I'm sorry, didn't. Or Bernie, who likes to talk about, fantasizing about the rape thing with women. Who would you prefer? That's a very disturbing question, Willie. That's not appropriate for the show. Apparently, this is not going over very well. Nobody wants to bet. No one wants to guess who's the biggest perv, because it's disgusting to think like they do. Now, Trump has actually copied me throughout his whole tenure as fake David. Yeah, Donald Trump watched our show in 2012 and started modeling itself. We were already 4 years into this at that point. And he took the birther issue, grabbed it, acted like it was his issue, and then he dumped it and dropped it when he became president, showing you what a New World Order puppet Donald is. Oh, yeah. I haven't really parked enough time in the Donald department talking about the impeachment and how he's now the impeached president. Yeah. How he abused power, obstructed Congress. We talked about this every night. I don't normally go back there just for the heck of it. But yeah, a second round of impeachments could be coming any day soon. They haven't considered all the options yet. There's lots of things Donald Trump could be impeached for. Apparently, he's committed so many crimes that they could just keep coming up with articles incessantly. Yes, we do. We have a videotape of a man who went into Ustream with the name Donald Trump. And he paid $75 to be that person, and we had a credible conversation with him. We videotaped it. Trump just grabbed everything we were doing prior, and we've got people who've been watching since then who can corroborate that. No, nobody can see the proof right now. I've got it under a lockbox. But we have more than enough people to corroborate all the things I've said he's copied. It's really not important that we discuss that. What is difficult for me to really get across is we've got a person who is willing to lie, cheat, and steal to be president, who's had past relations with people who are known pedophiles that may very well be alive still. Believe it or not. I know. Donald Trump's senior campaign advisor for the 2020 election is the cousin of Jeffrey Epstein. He uses a slightly different variation of the last name. He calls himself Epstein, and they commonly do this in that family. They use the old world Epstein or the new world Epstein. But Boris Epstein is Donald Trump's senior campaign advisor. You can't tell me Donald Trump doesn't know who Jeffrey Epstein is today. I'm sure there's a lot of cover-ups there. Oh, wow, we've got an overflow. Let's take a look. So I don't need to, waft the flame of conspiracy every night. Just tonight. I am officially the anti-New World Order presidential candidate. Nobody else is really stepping up against the New World Order. I think you might want to dwell on that for a while. Okay, have you dwelled long enough? A Trump overflow crowd is so huge it has its own overflow crowd at a New Hampshire rally. Oh, yeah, again, having a bunch of people come together for cheap discount seats at WWE wrestling matches is not called filling a stadium with active Americans. Trump doesn't represent the American people, nor do the Democrats. The American people don't even have a voice in government. I represent the American people. We can't even be heard. Look at my entire 11 years as a presidential candidate. I can't get 1 second of media time. And they continually censor me on 4 different networks. Hello? Yeah, you don't like Trump, do you? I get that impression. Guest 704. I don't blame you. I wouldn't hurt the guy. I mean, I don't hate people. Yeah. I think that many people think that Trump is a kind of a... Well, he's only killed, what, 75 people by order of the government? 64 of which were innocent? So you got to admit Trump is a mass murderer, and I don't like him for that. And I don't like the fact that he appears to be a racist. But I don't hate him on a human level. But I feel that anybody who does that will be burning in hell the rest of their lives. Eternal existence will be absolutely right next to Satan. Yeah. But I don't hate them. It's just their choice to act like a greedy pig led him to that place. But I wish him the best in this life. I don't want any harm to happen to anybody. How can Americans even have elections when you have the Russians electing us? Exactly. Good point. Oh, he lies way too much. Yeah. Biden lies half as much as Trump. And Biden is just as pervy as Trump. So why wouldn't you just vote for Biden? You want a pervy liar? I mean, I think Biden is the way to go. Yeah. Ohio judge fed up with animal abuse comes up with an unusual punishment. It's heartbreaking to think about an animal being harmed, neglected, or abused. Sadly, animal abuse is all too common and almost no consequences. But one judge was tired of animal abuse going unpunished, so he got creative. Okay. Judge Michael Kishonetti from Ohio gives an animal abuser's unusual sentence, but with a lot of meaning. He fell in love with animals when he got his first dog, Herman. It was a dachshund mix that quickly became his best friend. Now Judge Mike has a 10-year-old Bernese mountain dog named Casey, and he is in love with animals as ever. The judge's compassion for animals is with him to the courtroom as well. He still needs to follow the law himself. He can't be cruel or unusual punishment, but he still comes up with the loopholes. Judge Mike didn't want to put anyone in danger with his punishment. But that doesn't mean he didn't want to put him in some discomfort. One woman put in front of Judge Mike kept her dog in total filth. He found it was only fitting that she spent an entire day at the smelly local dump. She wasn't happy, but of course Judge Mike had this to say to her. I want you to go down to the country dump, the county dump, to the landfill, and I want them to find the stinkiest, smelliest, god-awful odor place they can find in the dump, and I want you to sit there for 8 hours tomorrow to think about what you did to that dog while you smell the odor. If you puke, you puke. There you go.
I can't interpret the feelings of a dog, but boy, if dogs could tell you how they felt. Oh yeah, and scared, and frightened. And sick. Well, maybe you should get a little taste of that. But I'm going to let you have a choice here. And the choice is I want you to live like moose. And in order to do that, I want you to go down to the county dump, to the landfill. And I want them to find the stinkiest, smelliest, god-awful odor place they can find in that dump. And I want you to sit there for 8 hours tomorrow. Just think what you did to that dog while you smell the odor. If you puke, you puke.
Wow. Not exactly a very lenient judge, is he? So the big thing tonight at 10 o'clock will be the Kobe Bryant video that came from 153 News that Scissorfight sent, suggesting that maybe Kobe might be alive. It's a conspiracy theory. Yeah. A lot of you have been already suffered quite a bit of losses from the recent military expansion of 5% and the contraction of 3% in the budget for our government, for the safety net programs, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. So Trump has absolutely lied to everybody about that. He's shrinking the amount of money that he helps people with. He bragged about it in the State of the Union address. This story came in last Friday. Very interesting. Jackson. Remember Buttigieg's father founded the Communist Society and was confirmed communist. Yeah. With a complete, he's a Bible ignoramus. Buttigieg claims that Jesus was born a refugee. Okay. He's got this family of his father, Joseph Buttigieg, was a founder of the International Gramsci Society. And Gramsci is perhaps the second only to Karl Marx in advancing communist theory, which means that Joseph Buttigieg, although a Notre Dame professor for 40 years, was a confirmed communist. So Buttigieg has to come out and speak out about his communist past, or does he? I think we can just know for sure that's what he does. We did that earlier, Willie. The internet guy today told you at the motel you're staying at, told you that the government sends out a signal that affects the internet. Oh yeah, definitely. Where? Yeah. And is this like a pulse charge through the through our internet sub T1 lines or something? How do they do that? I've often wondered how the government could do that. So that's a keeper. And Lev Parnas is not done. Apparently there's a lot more coming. His relationship with Giuliani, how he was tasked to negotiate all kinds of things outside of Ukraine.
Exclusive reporting from CNN's Vicky Ward. Even with the end of the impeachment trial, former Rudy Giuliani associate.
Okay, we're having some problems downloading this.
Lev Parnas is not done with his efforts to show that he has information.
We'll wait at that, comes in. How are you working with me? You are honestly working with you. How is that? I'm not sure how you're working with me. What do you mean working with us? I don't understand what you... Yeah, Mike, that's a good question. I'm going to pass that back to you. What are you talking about? Cornel West on how Buttigieg is not like his famous father. Oh. I'm not really interested in that link, but I'll play it. Wait a second. Coming from a Bernie guy, and rule that out. Thank you. Melanie, what you're trying to do over in with lack of clarity and honesty. Okay, let's talk about China. Great. Who cares? Like I said, he's a Bernie guy telling us that Buttigieg is... Yeah, it really doesn't. R.I.P. Our hero China rushes to censor online unrest after doctor who blew whistle on coronavirus died. Dr. Li Wang-Lang, a 34-year-old ophthalmologist, raised the alarm in late December about the novel coronavirus. The doctor was reprimanded for his views and made to sign a letter that said he was making false comments by the Chinese government. This has been a sad thing because the Chinese government has mishandled all of this entire bioweapons lab. Even the idea of evacuating a city is absurd. Okay, you got something? And now the link to Bill Gates. Right. Yeah, that's not quite the link to Bill Gates. Sorry. What is this?
Why? I think my duty. Going to march. Can't answer that. Why? I think my duty.
So this man may not be alive. It says here, the video brings tears to my eyes. I wish he survived. Pro-democracy Chinese citizen riding a bike to Tiananmen Square in 1989. Yeah. Just one of the many people that are now probably victims of the coronavirus. Or are we fear-mongering? Is that what the world is doing? Are they trying to create this fear of the coronavirus so that we all end up getting vaccinated? Because that's the conspiracy theory, that they're going to try to force vaccinations on humanity. And then the byproduct is they stick whatever they want in our system, including nanochips of RFIDs. Yeah, nano RFID chipping of the entire population. About 160,000 chickens in the Hunan province have been buried alive after the outbreak of the bird flu broke out in the region. And one person in the factory suggested that he picked up the virus in the city of Wuxi. Okay, thanks for sharing. Biden has another outburst. Oh, so Biden is great. Yeah, he's the only guy who can beat Trump with these outbursts. Thanks for sharing that, Upstate. This makes Biden electable. Yeah, this will be good. Let's listen in.
The performance in Iowa, and why should the voters believe that you can win the national election?
It's a good question. Number one, Iowa's a Democratic caucus. You ever been to a caucus? No, you haven't. You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. You said you were, but now you got to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you.
That's exactly how Trump talks, so what's the problem? I'm telling you, Biden's the only one who can deliver unscripted, almost raw Biden, raw Joe, you know? Yeah, he does like me. He has an affinity for the show. Yeah, if we can't get our cup of morning Joe, I mean, what's life? You know, I'd rather have Joe Biden tweeting every day about how pissed off he is about people accusing his son Hunter of making too much money while having a cocaine addiction, because at least Joe Biden admits it, and so does Hunter.
I can't talk. What do I do?
Well, just stop talking right now, Joe. Yeah, you can wait. Okay. Abby Martin sues Georgia over Israel loyalty oath. Really? Okay. I will play that later tonight.
My
about
name is Edward
Biden.
Ahmed Mitchell. I'm an
I'll play. Well, you, I mean, who cares? I mean, I actually don't mind that type of vernacular simply because Donald Trump does it himself. You Democrats have to understand, and if you're going to beat Donald Trump, you're going to need somebody almost like a cartoon. I hate to say it, but you will. I wish I didn't have to drop to this level. But since the American people are willing to vote for a lying, scurrilous man who repeats the same thing over and over again, who's an unrepentant adulterer, then of course we'll vote for a guy who may have touched a woman indecently on the back of her neck or something. I mean, come on. That's the worst you got about Joe Biden? That and telling a 13-year-old girl how horny he was feeling? That's pretty weird, I admit.
attorney here in Atlanta. I serve as the executive director of the Georgia chapter of the Council on American Islamic Relations. CAIR is part of our nation's largest Muslim civil rights organization.
Well, Abby Martin, this will be fun. She's such an eloquent speaker.
But advocating for Palestine or criticizing Israel was not the topic of my speech at Georgia Southern. I was scheduled to give a talk as a journalist about media and media literacy. For this, I was being asked to contractually pledge.
Somebody just said, how come...
loyalty to a foreign country.
Wow.
How?
I'll get to this tonight. It'll be in our lineup. I don't know how in the world you could say that. You just said that Biden is a pedophile. Obviously, no. Prove to me that he is a pedophile. There's just as much proof that Donald Trump raped a 13-year-old girl named Katie. What's wrong with you people? I've seen videos of Donald Trump doing weird things as well with women. A guy rapping from smoking a blunt, passes out from the blunt. Really?
Shit, you heard? That's my word, better stand on it. I'm a man before anything. Put a grand on it. You get 2 G's on the red. Bitch, niggas trying to do me. Get smoked like that blunt.
Wow. Wow, that's sad, you know? That is so sad. Did you see that poor man? Now that's called abusing marijuana. You know, he doesn't touch the young kids in ways that you could prove that Joe Biden is a pedophile. As much as we've seen his photographs, you've got nothing solid against the guy. Just like Trump has nothing against him on the Ukrainian deal. Otherwise, you would have seen Donald Trump prosecute Joe Biden, wouldn't you have? The most we've got on him is that he did a really good job in the movie Deliverance as the creepy banjo boy. There he is. Joe Biden. He looks just like that young creepy banjo boy. Isn't that amazing? I mean, whatever. I'm just glad that you know where I'm coming from, because I'm not going to embrace Buttigieg. Of course I wouldn't embrace him. I'm not gay. I mean, but I'm not going to embrace any of the Democrats, and I'm not going to even embrace Joe Biden, because I'm afraid he'd probably cop a feel if standing next to Sarah is like, Joe, could you not do that, please? Yeah, I'm a little concerned about. No, what are you gay? Really? Well, I'm not gay. Well, if you want to be a Buttigieg supporter, you could. No, I don't. I'm not going to kick you out of the room for being gay, man. I won't discriminate against you. I think a pedophile would say something like Joe Biden said. Yeah, I'm not denying that. But do you have any proof that Joe Biden is a pedophile? You wouldn't last long in a court of law. You got to show proof. You can't just have hearsay evidence that. Yeah, I mean, I'll play it for you. I mean, I know you're itching to play it for some reason. But yeah, here it is. Joe Biden talking to a young 13-year-old girl about how horny she made him feel, and that she should check out that film he made with his daughter, Ashley. But first, a word from Andrew Breitbart.
This is a concerted effort. This is a concerted effort. Politics of personal destruction. Fuck you, John Podesta.
All right, well, you see where I'm coming from.
Okay, yeah.
When I talk, that's because I'm interested in this ongoing, whatever the hell they're doing.
What's in your closet, John Podesta? Big Podesta? Big Soros? Do you want us to play these games? Because we're playing to win.
Exactly. And right before that video came out, you know, there's a whole story about Podesta. That video from Andrew Breitbart, who died right after he made that video, by the way, I believe he was killed. He had a massive coronary out in front of a bar in Westwood, California, and they said he had a big red band around his forehead, which indicates poisoning. But Andrew Breitbart made that statement right before he died. Very strange. And then later, a year and a half, 2 years later, we start finding out about WikiLeaks and Podesta. Allegations that we still haven't even touched. A subject known as Pizzagate. I'm not denying that it doesn't sound like a pervert and a pedo. I'm not going to deny that. Let's listen in. The Scissor Fight did a really good job of improving the sound.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in here.
No thanks, Joe. I'm not going to slide in here. I don't hate gays. I never said I hated gays. I told you I don't want to discriminate against gays. It's your choice to be gay. I'm not telling you not to be gay. I never told one person not to be a transgender. No, I'm more than willing to talk about Pizzagate on Conspiracy Monday if you want. They should have, but she was in a public place, and that was a public C-SPAN video that Joe Biden reached over and talked on. And telling a little 13-year-old girl how horny he was is definitely the sign of a guy who could be a pedo. No question about it. But do you have any proof that he's a pedo? You know, I can't cast aspersions on Tom Hanks either. Tom Hanks was just seen at the Oscars. Yeah, he really liked Billie Eilish, who just turned 18, by the way. All right. Tom Hanks' Twitter has this weird reference all over the place. It's the weirdest thing. He has like 200 images out there in a collection of pictures. And he keeps talking about pictures of lone shoes. Here's a new one. Don't blame the shoe when the sofa gets a ticket. Okay, now this isn't just one of Tom Hanks' tweets. This is one of 200 of them. And they're all about little children's shoes sitting all by themselves, which I think implies something deeper. But I can't tell you what kind of proof there is that Tom Hanks is this or that. Well, if he admitted to making a movie with his daughter, Joe Biden did, what in that statement, talk about he said he was horny, and he said, check out the film he made with his daughter. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Did he? Do you really think that's a good impersonation of Mr. Rogers, the Tom Hanks version? Because Tom Hanks, by the way, did not meet and comply with the movie industry's new requirement for the past 5 years. Everybody in movies have had to have a 5-year background check. This is LA County law. Yeah. And when Mr. Rogers was filmed in Los Angeles, he didn't comply with a 5-year background check. So nobody in the film industry today are in compliance. And the weird thing is, the LA County is not even checking these people or prosecuting them. I mean, it would be better if Mr. Rogers was more of a nice guy, you know? Not like this fake one. It's just that he didn't do Mr. Rogers the way he needed to do it. Won't you be my neighbor? Hey, neighbor. I like Joe. I like Mr. Rogers. I did. He was a good man. He made me feel good. I felt better as a, would you like to be my neighbor? Won't you be my neighbor? Hey, neighbor. I could do it better, Mr. Rogers, in my sleep than Tom Hanks did. Biden needs a rocking chair. Oh, and Trump doesn't? Trump needs a large porta potty chair like the one on Idiocracy, where you could just sit there and fart. Rogers was a great guy. Mr. Rogers was not a freak. He was a good guy, and he taught a lot of kids how to prevent violence, and he actually went to court to protect the children. Yeah. From violence on TV. Mr. Rogers was a stellar individual. There's not one person during that time period, you know, I was a kid during those years, in the early Rogers years. There's not one kid that's come forward and said that they had weird experiences with Mr. Rogers. And similarly, nobody's come forward and said they had a weird experience with the guy who's obsessed with shoes, Tom Hanks. So I can't say bad things about Tom Hanks. Not without proof. I mean, come on. So Joe Biden said a terrible thing. I admit that. He's touched a lot of weird things. But what has Donald Trump done? We know that Michael Cohen had to pay $450,000 of the money that Trump gave him. We know this is a fact. To pay off Stormy Daniels, $125,000. Pay off Karen McDougal, $150,000. Yeah. We know that. And then obviously there's about $150,000 left. He must have paid another woman off too, because we know for a fact Michael Cohen said they had $450,000 out in hush money. So Trump has never said he's committed adultery, yet he paid hush money for 3 women while his wife was having a baby, poor little Barron, who can barely talk. In 3 years' time, Barron has not spoken a word in the White House. And you don't find that a little weird? God. No, they never buried anything on Mr. Rogers. I'm not going to let you cast aspersions on Mr. Rogers here. No, I don't endorse Joe Biden. I say that he's of the Democrats, he's the most likely to beat Trump. That's all I say. I would rather go into a head-to-head competition with Donald Trump and Joe Biden simultaneously. I'd like to verbally whip them, like whipping posts. And I'm not a sadist or anything. I just like to verbally lash out at people that use their mouth all the time. I'd love to have a 3-way conversation with Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Put me on a group call on Skype. You know, that would be great. But no, Mr. Rogers, I knew a woman who went to college with Mr. Rogers. He studied psychology. He was a really nice guy. And he was never some sort of an urban myth about him being a martial arts expert and having served years in the military, having tattoos up and down his arms. None of that's true. But what is true is that he led a stellar life. His wife is still alive. The worst thing he ever did was walk around the house. Mr. Rogers would frequently say the S word, shit. He loved to do that. His wife and he, it was the one thing he used to do. It was a way of letting off steam. But what Mr. Rogers did that no one can really get close to, not even Tom Hanks, is he got kids to really communicate directly to somebody who cared. And people like Sarah, they grew up watching Mr. Rogers, and she even was talking to the TV set. Actually, at a certain age, she even admits that she would talk to Mr. Rogers as if he was a friend. And for a lot of kids who are, latchkey kids, don't have a lot of friends, Mr. Rogers was a gleaming angel almost, keeping their attitude up. And look at how great of a person she is. She's turned out to be a fantastic person with a great work ethic. A lot of people benefited from Mr. Rogers. So I don't think you can stand around and ignore the reality that this guy is an encouraging part of our history. I don't like the Tom Hanks version, but whatever. I don't know if that's true. I heard Barron calls Stormy Daniels mama. Really? I don't think that. No, Barron hasn't said a word. In the past 3 years, Barron has not spoken. Yeah, Barron Trump, right? He was the real deal. In September, Trump awkwardly referred to Barron as Melania's son. This is weird. New York has this covered. Does Trump know, and I mean really know, how many kids he has? Right now, it's unclear. Wow. When speaking about Barron as a biological son, he and Melania have spent the past 13 years raising together. She's got a son together. That's a beautiful young man, and she feels very, very strongly about it. She's got a son together. No one really understands the syntax there. Okay, Drebin says the incubation of this coronavirus could be 24 days, meaning people that have been held for 14 days.
Staff to have no.
People who've held it 14 days and released could be a danger.
Oh, I never did that. I never did that. That's a whole hoax by the fake news media when they talk about the hurricane and when they talk about Florida and they talk about Alabama. That's just fake news. It was right from the beginning. It was a fake story.
No, it wasn't. Trump banned vaping. He made a national plea to not use fruity vaporizers. I remember that. Now he's saying it's a fake story.
And while we're here and while we're talking about that, I want to congratulate Dan Bishop last night on an incredible win. Dan was 17 points behind 3 weeks ago. The media thought he was going to lose. They were all set to have a big celebration with their partners from the Democrat Party. And Dan Bishop worked really hard, and I worked very hard with him. And he made up a 17-point lead in a few weeks. And he won a great election last night. And also Greg Murphy, which nobody's even reporting, but Greg Murphy won a great congressional election in North Carolina last night. And I want to congratulate between Dan and Greg, what a job they did. We pick up 2 seats, and Greg was, anticipated to win by 2 or 3 points, maybe less, but 2 or 3 points, and he won by many, many points. I don't know what the final tab is, but he won by a lot. And he campaigned brilliantly, and Dan campaigned brilliantly, and so we're very happy about that. That's a tremendous win for the Republican Party.
I hate that when they put a video that has nothing to do with the text of this.
Your announcement today, are you concerned that the companies that were making these products will be treated unfairly by taking these products off the market?
Well, they've become very rich companies very fast, and the whole thing with vaping is been very profitable. And I want companies. Look, you know that I fight for our companies very hard. That's why I'm fighting with China. That's why I'm fighting with other countries. If you look at European Union, and if you look at Japan, and if you look at so many others, including South Korea and many others, we're constantly dealing with them to make it good for our companies, because I view it as jobs. I view it as income for our country and jobs. Vaping has become a very big business, as I understand it, like a giant business in a very short period of time. But we can't allow people to get sick, and we can't have our youth be so affected. And I'm hearing it, and that's how the First Lady got involved. And she's got a son together that is a beautiful young man, and
she's got a son together. That's a beautiful young man. I mean, at first he says he never said it was all fake news. Then the second video I played shows him admitting that he doesn't want people to vape. And his wife is like a puppet.
He's kind, he's a gentleman. It's kind, he's a gentleman. I was surprised because that is not the man that I know. That is not the person that I know. But my husband is real, he's raw. He tells it as it is. My husband, he's raw and he's real. And he tells it as it is. That all the allegations should be handled in a court of law.
If he was raw and tells it like it is, he would say, Melania, I'm very sorry, but I committed adultery numerous times while you were carrying Barron, your son. And I would like to say that I apologize to you and to God. But he's never repented for his adulterous acts, people. Come on, people now. Crown your brother. Let everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. Yeah, I don't mean sexually love each other. Biden gets called a pervert and is told to stop touching kids. I saw that, homeless Hank. You can call somebody a pervert, just like I'm calling Biden an adult. I'm calling Trump an adulterer. But unless he admits it, he's an unrepentant adulterer, okay? No matter how you cut it. He's raw and scripted.
And without the evidence, no matter who it is, a man or a woman, somebody without a man or a woman, it's damaging and it's unfair.
Mayor Pete planning to steal the election in Nevada? Really? Pete the commie? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. You mean Pete the CIA agent who can't talk about 3 years of his history for a public relations firm that the CIA runs? Oh, but that's right. You're a Democrat and you really support independent politics. What are you even in here for, dipwad? Why are you even in the show? Yeah. You've been a Democrat lying in the wings the whole time.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Jackson Facts. Hey, here's a heads up to Nevada. Holds a lot of sway in the primaries. And it looks like little Mayor Peter is at it again. He's trying to steal the upcoming vote in Nevada. The Nevada Democratic Party just hired a paid Buttigieg organizer to be their voter protection director. It doesn't stop. It's just brazen, out in the open.
Yeah.
They don't care that you know they're trying to steal the election.
No.
It's no joke. Voter protection director. She directs protection of the vote. Great. And she's been a Pete for America organizer for 5 months. She just got hired a month ago onto the Nevada State Democratic Party. This is unacceptable. Emily just locked her Twitter account and scrubbed her employment history from LinkedIn. For posterity, her position as voter protection director still shows up with the Google search. Feel free to check yourself. Looks like it checks out. Ladies and gentlemen, pretty clear. He archived this, and he archived her LinkedIn as of 3:29 this afternoon. Wow, good job, Samuel. Thanks for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you,
Once again,
Sam.
heads up Nevada.
Heads up Nevada.
Buttigieg is trying to steal it from Bernie
Thank
once again, just like Iowa.
Okay, good. Thank you. And the only thing I like about the Bernie supporters, and I want to thank you, and I apologize to you upstate for coming down on you so hard. Yeah. We'll play later tonight. We'll play Billie Eilish's horrible rendition of Yesterday. Whatever. You might like it. I'll play it for you. I've never. Yeah. Bernie's doing a good job of exposing Buttigieg, and you just helped. So anytime you can expose Buttigieg, I'm not gay. I'm not interested in seeing him exposed. But if you do expose his shenanigans, like pay for play, which he's offering people with, stiff paychecks to his campaign, if you expose that, that's good. And I will say this about Bernie, he is corrupt, just like Buttigieg, and he is a leftist, just like Buttigieg. Okay. But look what we got for president. Unbelievable. The most corrupt guy ever, making money on the side, conflict of interest laws being breached all over the place. Gunman behind the Bronx cop ambush opens fire inside a precinct, according to authorities. Wow. There's an inside a precinct, a guy starts firing. Wow. This is the worst case of nightmare for a lot of law enforcement officers. Yeah, that's pretty serious. Just hours after ambushing a pair of cops and shooting one in the chin, an unhinged gunman stormed a Bronx police precinct and emptied his clip, striking a lieutenant before being taken into custody by officers. Wow. All right, well, we'll have to take their word for it. And this came in tonight in our pre-show. Really amazing stuff. You guys might be interested in this. And thanks for the video. We've got a video coming up called Oscar Parasites and Full of Jubilation. Oh, actually, I'll play that right now. Here we go. If I can play it. I'm going to make sure I can play this. Sometimes they monetize this stuff.
So the Oscars just ended, and I'm just going to show you a few things about it. And remember, I can't say the things that I want to say. Anyway, so this was the way the stage looked, and you see it kind of looks like a 6, the way they have it. There's probably other hidden 6s in there somewhere. But
oh, yeah. Okay, no, I will play this later. It's probably the 666 angle. Okay, good. Yeah, so 666 is the mark of the devil, as you know. Some people don't realize that has a lot of meaning in numerological terms. Rambo in Thailand, an anti-gun theater.
All right, so there's been another happening in the world, supposedly. As we have seen, the elite are working hard behind closed curtains to eliminate gun ownership around the world, right?
Yeah.
And they're doing so with these phony mass shootings. Now, in this case, it involves basically the guy that did this stole his weapons from an armory, so it's not like he got it legally through the civilian process there in Thailand.
Okay, this is another expose on some of the things that are going on around the world from a different perspective. Not always the mainstream media perspective, that's for sure. Oh, you're right. Hugh Hefner, one of his big mistakes was getting women to pose naked, right? Yes, Eugenia Washington was the last Playmate of the Year to be announced by Hugh Hefner. Wow. Yeah, he's always tried to do that. And I'm sure he would do that with any woman. Sure. Didn't they stop the publication? I think Playboy stopped their official publication, if I'm not mistaken. The last one they did was a transgender centerfold, and then they stopped or something. Yeah. Okay, we got that in the lineup, which is good. Trying to clean up my list of things that I've got hanging around here. It takes a while sometimes. It's managing a lot of different feeds. I had the concern the other day of there's two statistics about the coronavirus that were coming out. We know now that this is the realistic lowball figure. 43,000 infected, 1,018 now dead. But there are supposed numbers that are not being reported, so this number could be much, much higher. So I'm telling people to take precautions. Wear air masks if you feel it's the only way to walk outside. Don't hesitate. But don't freak out either. You know, if nobody else in the market's wearing an air mask, I suppose you'd be kind of the odd man out. But if everybody else is wearing an air mask, you might want to wear an air mask. All right. They're running short of supplies in China, a big time lack of supplies, air masks especially. So there's a big, huge crisis going on. Let's not kid ourselves. 3 hopeful treatments for coronavirus. One using an antiviral drug, remdesivir, shows results within hours. So that's a positive thing. The first person in the U.S. to catch the coronavirus was successfully treated in Washington State and returned home last week. There you have it. The guy in Everett. Providence Regional Medical Center in Everett treated this guy with an antiviral drug. About a week into his course, he got worse, developed pneumonia. At that point, given the reports he'd gotten out of China, at that point they elected to give him the experimental drug remdesivir. Remdesivir. If you want to look this up, you can keep a copy of this in your file. Yeah, this might be something to be handy if you want to get treated. Ask your doctor for this experimental drug. Shows tremendous promise. It's an antiviral drug. And in Thailand, they're showing an HIV drug with a flu drug that is showing promise. You know what's interesting about this coronavirus? It has 4 of the same markers that the HIV virus has, the virus said. And one geneticist said that this is a perfect example of a genetically modified virus by man. So the coronavirus is man-made. It didn't incubate in some soup of bats, or worse, baby soup. That's one theory that's being promoted, is it incubated in baby soup, that people were drinking soup made from babies as some sort of a life enhancement, whatever. It's sick beyond belief. No, I don't think, well, I don't know. There were a lot of accusations of rape with Hugh Hefner, but that's all they were accusations. You'll have to excuse me while I tell you about my 1,000-mile container fence idea. Yeah, it's imperative I talk about this because Trump hasn't built more than 100 miles of the slat fence, which apparently you can take heroin and bags of heroin and put it through the slats. That's what people are saying. They're moving drugs through the slats right now. Yeah. The smugglers are sawing new sections out anytime they want, like this one, for instance. Easy to get a saw. They're $54.95 at Home Depot. They have a battery on them, and you can use it to cut through the fence. And this is the sad part about this whole thing. Here's one area of the fence that's been already ripped into. But people are climbing over these things. Trump has built a virtual joke of a fence, not like the container wall, which can be greased down with hydrophobic material, preventing it from ever collecting any dust. And you could never grab the side of this thing back here. It'd be like grease. You couldn't climb it up. Even with metal magnets, you couldn't go up. The magnets would slide right down. But look at these people. They're climbing right over it. But the thing that concerns me is the slats. You could easily put drugs through these things. Yeah, 1 kilo of cocaine or heroin could go through each slat. I mean, I'm just telling you, that's one example of the insanity, the stupidity of the Trump administration and how they copied my 1,000-mile fence idea. Then Trump called it a wall. Oh, we're going to put a wall, a 1,000-mile wall in. Well, who's going to pay for it? Mexico's going to pay for it. No, this can't be climbed with a ladder. Because on the top of this, we'll be using concertina wire. Yeah, we saw the elevator guy spit it in his hand, rub it on the elevator. I played that a few times. Oh, it's another guy who spit on there. Okay. Wow. What can he tell you? Okay, so what we do is we take this type of wiring and run it right across the fence. Yeah, concertina wire, rolled barbed wire, essentially. Trump has it glued to the side of the fence. That's the wrong way to use that particular product. But this could be put on the fence, and there's no way you can jump over that. You get snagged in the wire. Plus, we can electrify it and zap it with electricity. Alrighty? Thank you for sharing. We've already thought through that. Yeah, the wall will look like Kurt Russell escaped from New York. The goal is not to stop traffic from in and out of the country. The goal is to stop illegal aliens from coming into the country, especially if there's a major disaster in Mexico. If that happens, you're going to see 30 million people coming into the country, and there's no stopping it. And Trump, his plan would be to kill them on sight. That's not the way to stop them. Okay, so this is a guy walking up to an elevator, and this is a closed-circuit TV in Wuhan. Watch this.
你是得是那也加一文化人，是文化人，是这样子。
He looks kind of like he's in a compromised situation, like he could be infected, knowing he's going to die, so he wants to take other people with him. So anybody who's that sick, who's willing to kill other people and spread the disease, that could happen. All right, so we're going to go back to the main room. But the best thing about my idea versus Trump's is we definitely would offer housing for people in the lower areas. And you're probably thinking, well, wait a second, if somebody has like an apartment down there, maybe 40 bunks, we could lease out space, cubicles, things like that. We could also offer free beds, bathrooms, showers. What about the other side? What are we going to do about the other side, especially if somebody were to, try to cut it open? Well, luckily for us, we've got the amazing shotcrete. And a shotcrete wall is pretty cool. The other side of the wall, we simply have to put some ribbing on, like rebar, or better yet, chain link. It's really easy to lay out. And shotcrete is applied directly to walls using a blower, like this. See? And we take the metal rebar, or in this case, chain link, and we put it behind there for about an inch lift with special plastic tubing. We stitch it or glue it to the side. It doesn't have to be very long. It could be strapped with tape, for all we care. And then once it's shotcreted on there, swimming pool style, like gunite, yeah. Shotcrete works like a charm, and it produces one of the most durable, singularly most powerful walls you could get. That is the way to go. That's the way to make something work. Look at how it goes on there. And this could be, thank you. This could be done simultaneously with the creation of the container fence. As we go along, one group of illegal aliens working for the government for like $1 a day to make up for their time in prison. We've got 400,000 potential workers that can do this. His name would be the Cement Man, yeah. And he could be an illegal alien who's got experience with concrete, sure. We would give people in prison a chance to elevate out of their situation, get out of their prison sentence, commuted sentences, as long as they're not capital offenders, commuted sentences, and give them a free ticket back to their home country. Isn't that pretty cool? Now, the cost of this fence is way more expensive for Donald Trump's fence. He's trying to get $2 billion right now. Now remember, Nancy Pelosi offered Donald Trump $24 billion. He turned it down. Or I should say, he refused to comply with their effort to get DACA students some moratorium on keeping them out of the country. Because Donald Trump refused to bend on DACA, he lost $24 billion. So I don't have the luxury of getting the $24 billion from Nancy Pelosi. If and when I inherit this project, which is my idea, we won't have that kind of money. So I'm shooting for $1 billion, and the container fence is the most efficient way to do it. We can buy 3 levels, 1,000 miles long, for a total cost of $1 billion, based on current wholesale costs of 40-foot containers. So the future of the wall is very much alive no matter what happens to Trump, just so you know. I've been doing this a lot longer than Trump, so it's not a big deal. No, I mean, if you wanted to have a dance club inside of the side facing Mexico, I wouldn't stop you. Remember all the real estate we have down there? I mean, 1,000 miles of containers. We'll have lots of room inside those bottom containers. Yeah, I plan on using them. I've thought this through, and I really believe that even if they try to take a acetylene torch and go through the back, we can intercept it. And, not only shotcrete will go there, but we'll also lay a net of fiber optics that give us specific points and nodes that tell us where breaches occur. This will be part of the technology that we put in there. So if there is a breach in that net, say 1 inch to 1 foot breach, we would feel it and know exactly where it is. So we'd be able to send a team out to that location if there was a breach. So I think we can really make a lot of good use out of various technologies merged together. You know, I don't know of any conservative strip clubs anywhere in the world. Yeah, sorry, Willie. Most strip clubs involve stripping. There's no like strip club for modest women who are, wearing their hijab. I don't know of any strip clubs that refuse to take their clothes off. Because I don't go to strip clubs. I've been to a couple in my life, but it's not like I look for them. So good luck in your effort. Why don't you just go to church? Wouldn't that be better? And imagine women around you, how beautiful they look. Yeah, use your imagination. I'm not going to tell people that they can't have strip clubs in the containers. Many of these will be kiosk opportunities for fast food. We'll have a security force on the outside of the wall. Yeah, we will. Most of it will be automated, though. Robots, mostly. Hello. Are you here for the taco or the beef enchilada? I am here to supply you whatever you desire. Please go to the 4th container on the left for seating. There is ample places for you to sit at the 4th container. It'll be like completely automated. Well, frankly, I'm not looking to see church ladies strip. Okay, that was Howie's problem. He's pretending to be a homeless Hank now. Howie disappeared in the show and homeless Hank arrived, and he insists that he's not Howie. So, whatever, homeless Hank. We're supposed to believe that? Alert. Automatic cleanup on aisle 7. Deet, deet, deet. In order to gain green card, you must submit $3,000 to my receptor in order to acquire the green card.
Dude, your idea makes me think of the Pink Floyd song, The Wall. Totally, dude. It has Roger Waters all over it,
No, I don't think Roger Waters would want a wall at all. He seems very liberal, So we learned about a new website to like Craigslist. Check this out. Kijiji. God bless you. Gesundheit. Well, I'm glad your mom is not suffering from the coronavirus. Yes. She must be okay, yeah. Not at all. I'm not trying to crap all over you, but I mean, what's really weird, Homeless Hank, is you appeared right when Howie left. We haven't seen Howie in how many weeks? Dude, really? Roger Waters is a great entertainer. I'm glad you're supporting me, believe me, and I think you're awesome. But you do remind me of Howie, the way you asked for me to play Larry Sinclair videos.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine. After which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Thank you for your testimony, Larry Sinclair. You never, no, you're right. You never did ask me to play that. I was just kidding. I was testing you. Okay, it's official. Homeless Hank is not Howie, okay? Howie disappeared. We don't know what happened to him. Oh, there you are. He came out of nowhere. He's been watching the show silently, wondering, gee, should he come out of his hiding place? Look at that. Howie did it. The original account, 0. Okay, I take it back. You are not Howie, Homeless Hank. You're more of a breath of fresh air, Homeless Hank. A guy who's got 500 grand and likes to live on the street. I mean, who doesn't like that kind of a guy, right? That was nonsense. It was him speaking, yeah. That was definitely Larry Sinclair. You really believe the real Larry Sinclair died and that's his twin brother? That's pretty funny. Are we done yet? Oh, we're almost done. We've reached 7 more minutes before the end of this amazing Conspiracy Monday. We didn't talk enough about the elite machine behind Greta Thunberg. We had a story from the Vigilant Citizen last weekend, which really profiles how she is controlled. It's his twin brother. Okay, thanks. The elite-backed machine behind Greta and the true agenda behind her world tour. It's all about the New World Order, and it's about pushing cap-and-trade legislation on us. And I must tell you, the biggest conspiracy theory of all is that they are literally causing the weather modification we know as climate change. When they dump chemicals in the air, that's why Greta never talks about ending chemtrails. But we've seen our country dumped on like crazy. This is just a typical day in America. Fast frame. Yeah, it's amazing how much chemicals they're dropping on the air. So her agenda is really the New World Order agenda to push for more taxing on the American people and all around the world. Okay, Super Saver, you got some questions? Chev's Cherry wants me to know about the coronavirus. I say take precautions either way. Some people believe the coronavirus might actually be a 5G outcome of the testing they did in Wuhan. And they're covering it up by claiming that people are dying from a virus. That's one conspiracy theory. I don't think it's worth talking about Ann Coulter wanting us to settle a new planet. That's not really important. But your previous question, Super Saver Day, was Chinese media confirms the asymptomatic cases of coronavirus are now excluded from the government's official count. Well, this contradicts the World Health Organization's guidelines. It's unknown how many asymptomatic cases there are. So apparently when we showed you the numbers here, the 43,000 people affected are symptomatic, okay? So that means that we could have 10 times that many asymptomatic. So we may very well be looking at 400,000 asymptomatic cases which are walking around, and now they extended the time it can be symptom-free for 21 days. Some people say as many as 40, but 21 days. So any of the people that Donald Trump brought back from Wuhan and brought into a quarantine about a week ago will have to stay 21 days, and if the government releases them sooner, the 550 people that are currently in March Air Force Base and down in San Diego too, there's like 2,000 coming into the U.S. directly from Wuhan. If the government releases them sooner than 14 days in quarantine, that means that they could be spreading the disease in America, courtesy of Donald Trump, the childlike president that you have. Yeah, so China lies about a lot of things. Apparently, you don't know what their real numbers are. I agree with 745 on that one. We could be looking at Chinese perversions of the truth. They may just decide, well, this is the number 43,000, but in reality, now that they're admitting they're not symptomatic, the ones that are not counted are asymptomatic. That number could be much higher. But the number of death count, if we believe that stat, that's at 1,018, and the number of people recovering at 4,000. So based on this information, you could claim there's a 25% death rate, but that's an incorrect statistic. So I think we have to really look at this just to be careful. Let's assume it is a contagious virus. Now, to kick things off this past week, Trump not only didn't learn from the impeachment, which most people would have, but not only did he not learn from the impeachment, he's also doing more bidding for Russia. Trump is holding back a shipment of $30 million worth of guns and ammo to Ukraine. And get this, they've already paid for it. Yeah, Ukraine paid for the guns and ammo already, and we're not giving it to them. So Trump is clearly working for Russia, repeating the same behavior he did with the quid pro quo. And you Republicans have actually protected a criminal engaged in a crime by not going forward with a trial. This is almost amazing how the Senate has committed obstruction of justice. Pretty amazing, isn't it? I'm still in a state of shock. But that's the way things go. The Senate commits obstruction of justice in their efforts to protect the Russian oligarchs because they are funding some of the senators' re-election campaigns. Wow. That says a lot right there, doesn't it? And here I am fighting the New World Order, and they're implementing their plan through the Russian oligarchs. Amazing. And you simply enjoy it. All of you do. The Republicans do. Hey, you finally got in, Insane Canadian. Thank you. You were kicked out for a while, weren't you? Huh. Right. Let's see a couple things I haven't picked up on. Okay. Biden Inc. The day the Bidens took over Paradigm Global Advisors was a memorable one. Okay, so this is a close-up look Politico has of Biden's connection to Burisma and the money that they got. Now again, Donald Trump has not prosecuted any of these people yet. He is not. There you go. Absolutely. Here is documentation of Russian oligarchs funding Mitch McConnell's re-election. McConnell's biggest donor is a Russian oligarch that the GOP just lifted sanctions on. And here's a very strong allegation that needs to be backed, the Donald. And this is another one from the coalition on Lindsey Graham and his relationship with Len Blavatnik. There's numerous other stories to back these stories up on the internet. All right, we're going to let you slip on that. Go back to business, not the Donald. Yeah, you've been muted. You don't get to talk in here. I'm wrapping up the show. It's 10 o'clock. We've got more than enough proof of the Senate working with Russian oligarchs, and we can back it up. Now, because we've got the arsenal in terms of political arsenal to discuss this stuff at a high level due to the sharing, information gathering that we've acquired on the internet, most people who listen to the mainstream media vibe don't get that information. We do. So if you like our show, thanks for coming in and enjoying it. We deliver a show every night, except for Sundays. We're going after both the left corruption and the right corruption simultaneously. Now we take you live to the Iowa Democratic Party chair.
Are signed not only by the precinct chair and the precinct secretary.
Okay, thank you. That was some sort of a gag story that came at me earlier. And this story, I've got to take a look at this. I haven't seen it. All kinds of weird things about this coronavirus and the bioweapons lab that it created it in Wuhan. Number one, Xi Jinping didn't stop this lab from working. He was warned that it should never have had a lab near large groups of people. Number two, Xi Jinping evacuated a city of 8 million people, which could easily have spread the disease, which would lay the blame on him. Cubis Otto, you're not allowed in here. Yeah, you're a chief defense witness from hell. Your connection to the involvement with Lev Parnas has been noted as well, Kubis-Moto, Chief Frank Kubis-Otto. We've got you in a meeting, a private meeting that you should have been held accountable for, and because there was no trial, the Senate has committed obstruction. Okay, I'll get you that in a second, Insane Canadian. Look at this weird connection. The Umbrella Corporation is also part of the Resident Evil video game, which creates monsters. And here this particular bioweapons lab, Baohu-san, translates to umbrella. Yeah. Are you beginning to get the message? The Resident Evil game is just the foreshadowing of what they're doing to the human population by creating a bioweapon that will destroy 90% of the human population. Don't get scared. And then this video has resurfaced of shirtless Bernie and his wife singing a communist anthem in the USSR. Wow. Go ahead, shirtless Bernie. Shirtless Bernie singing the USSR anthem. How about that? Well, I'm sure that's a fun little anthem. I don't want Russia to monetize this. The Burlington Soviet trip in 1988. Oh yeah, Bernie, the good communist. And Buttigieg and his communist father. Thank you. Yeah. Well, we'll get to the Buddhist communist, or the communist song from Bernie a little bit later. And then finally this. I can't believe all the links I miss when I go in the other room and start making dinner. Distractify.com has this. 3,700-year-old Babylon stone tablet gets translated and changes history. They made an incredible discovery while studying a 37-year-old tablet from the ancient civilization of Babylon. They found evidence that the Babylonians were doing something astounding. Trigonometry. Well, we've known this for years. Yeah. You know, one of the theories that when the Library of Alexandria was burned to the ground over a 100-year period, the Library of Alexandria possessed books in it that were involving trigonometry and calculus, which predate the earlier mathematicians from our world. So this is an interesting bit of corroboration from Babylonia. Don't you feel like Babylonia is babbling on a little bit too much? Well, the Great Library of Alexandria had 40,000 to 400,000 scrolls, maybe as many as 100,000 books. And it was established during the reign of Ptolemy II, 246 BC. So they predated that by 3,500 years. They've traced calculus. So the burning took place during 145 BC, the purging of the intellectuals in Alexandria, all the way up to 20 BC, the complete destruction of the final remnants of this amazing museum. So the archives of Alexandria, the library, have been lost forever. Yes, the umbrella link, here it is. This is just an imgur. You can look at it. No, they didn't have TV back in the BC time. But during the AC/DC time, they had TV. You can learn more if you go to Donald Trump's website. Pete Buttigieg's staffer physically yanked status quo cameraman Jamal Jones' press credentials. Whoa. Pete Buttigieg plays hardball. Okay, we got that tonight too. Okay, good. We'll see Pete Buttigieg's people yanking the credentials of some people. He's up to no good, this Pete Buttigieg. It does look like he is a card-carrying communist, or at least his father was. It also looks like he worked for the CIA through the McKinsey Group and can't talk about it for 3 years, which is very suspicious. And a Christian gay man? Hello? I mean, how many of those people exist? Most gay men, I bet, or gay women, I bet, have been atheists. It's like very rare. Awarding over $1 million to total hookers for Jesus in Nevada? Really? I know. All I can tell you is there's a lot of questions about hookers for Jesus in Nevada. but I don't think I can get into it right now. Do you have a link to that, Super Saber? So Buttigieg's staffer physically yanks someone. Well, it's better than jerking someone, right? Wow, this has been one heck of a night, I'll tell you. Topping it off with that terrible bus turn, rolling over in circles. Look at this poor crash. Oh, I can't play it for you. Okay, well, these poor people were upside down. Luckily, nobody got hurt in the bus. Not seriously hurt. They probably all were hurt, but not seriously. Why are people like Glenn's Room and other major news hippies dying and is in serious need of kidney transplants? Their complications, he's slipping away meeting Hoppy? I don't know. All I can tell you is what's happening to people that commit acts of evil, and is they usually end up poisoning their bodies. Now there's talk about all the terrible food that they've eaten, the ones that have been censoring me on the show and harassing our show. So it's been going on. Okay, I'll look at this thing that's trending on Twitter, thanks. It's been going on for some time. Well, like Hoppy, for instance, he deceived us, violated the Stolen Valor Act to some degree. And there were a lot of lies coming out of that. And then there was the Glenn's Room encounter with them, and Glenn's Room attacking our show over and over and over again, constantly attacking me. I mean, I've received so many attacks from, remember United American? That guy made a lot of money. Mark made a lot of money, allegedly. And they're all really, really sick. Lot Lizard made a lot of money. They're all really sick. I mean, they're like right at death's door. And as you can see, I'm getting younger while they get sicker. So whatever they think they're doing by going up against the good people of this world that are trying to help this country, that's just the opposite of what's happening to them.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
And I've been doing it ever since. I haven't stopped. Yeah, we will continue to do it no matter what. You're watching a non-stop show, and sometimes I go over time just doing it. Yeah, so we've been going on since 11 years now. We can't stop, and we won't stop. I keep this show rolling every night. Thank you for coming in, everybody, and thank you for watching our show. I'm a former Democrat who moved to the left, or rather to the right, toward the center. That's why I call myself Mr. Right. Take care, everyone. Good night. Whoa. I almost had my outro there, but I deleted it. Okay, we'll do that again. Whew.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good.